يلا نصفق. ايه I'm fucked up.
دور شباب طفيت انا نازلين
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا تغفر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر
My computer froze. Sorry about that. Windows decided it wanted to do an update during all these streams. It's,
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا تغفر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر
وين؟ عيا واحدة. الو ليك حبيبي جيب لي الميكرو قول له البسها تليفون حط له امور على الشحن فاتح انا
area where you have tens of thousands of civilians and residents living there, and thousands of office workers, as I said, need to work as ordinary people going about their daily business. Just to give our viewers some context, Lebanon reimposed the lockdown because of the spike in COVID cases last Thursday, having reopened the country and reopened the country there. They then locked down from Thursday until Monday and reopened the country today, Tuesday and tomorrow, Wednesday, in order to try and get people engaged with the economy, spending, working, selling, and the rest of it. So it would have been a very busy day in downtown Beirut and around the port area. Shops would have been open, cafes would have been open, people would have been going probably back home from work, would have been very busy on the streets. And unfortunately, I think that reality has now seemingly caused many injuries. I mean, there is no official number that I think the Lebanese health authorities have given, but I know that the local news agencies and some political organisations are suggesting that the numbers of injuries could be in the hundreds. How severe those injuries are, hopefully get some more reliable and concrete information in the hours ahead. But this is a real tragedy, and such a tragedy, in fact, that the Prime Minister, embattled Prime Minister Hassan Diab, has called for a day of mourning tomorrow on Wednesday to mark this event. When I was, just to explain, Mark, right at the front here, near that port area, there was a non-stop stream of fire engines and ambulances who, according to local sources that we spoke to, were trying to remove injured and also bodies that may have been either in that depot or nearby. There's no suggestion of the precise number, and I wouldn't want to speculate on something so tragic, but it does seem as if, unfortunately and very sadly, people have been killed in this explosion. But certainly we do know for sure that there have been many injuries, some very severe injuries too.
Yeah, and Zain, we're actually seeing, as you spoke there, the pictures of the ambulances lining up to try and get nearer to the scene of that explosion. And we are being told that, as you say, hundreds of people have been injured and have been taken to hospital. But many, according to the Lebanese Red Cross, many people remain trapped in homes damaged by this explosion, and that the Red Cross and Red Cross ambulances and other ambulances are trying to get to those people still trapped in their homes around the scene of this blast. And some people, we're told, are being rescued. There we are. There's the ambulance just moments ago, waiting to try to get closer to the scene of this enormous blast. But we're told that some have been rescued from by boat in the port there. So boats have been able to get in and take some people, either living or working in that port, away and from the scene of that. And just one hospital in Beirut, I'm seeing here, the Hotel Dieu Hospital in Beirut, has said it is treating more than 500 people for injuries and is not able to receive any more. So clearly, that is the scale of what is unfolding here. Let's speak to Lizzie Porter, who is a witness who lives close to the blast in Beirut. First of all, Lizzie, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you
Good.
hear me?
So let's so tell me what you saw and what you witnessed today.
It was about 6:10, just early evening here in Beirut, and I was walking towards the door, and I heard of our apartment. We're about 1.5 kilometers away from the port, and there was a huge rumble, like a sound of thunder or very low flying airplane, although the involvement of any airplane is not confirmed, but that's what it sounded like. We get a lot of noises here, motorbikes backfiring, helicopters. So I thought, well, this is a very strange sound. Then there was then the whole apartment building shook, like as if it was an earthquake, and there was an enormous bang. I was blown backwards. My glasses came off, and the door of our apartment building was blasted away. this, and then people started screaming. We go down again, and my immediate thought is this might happen again. There might be a secondary blast. So we take shelter and check on the neighbours. And this is about 1.5 kilometres away. So clearly the pictures that we can see out from the port area are the destruction is much, much more immense. But the fact that this was happening 1.5 kilometres away really gives you a sense of the scale of this explosion.
Yeah, utterly terrifying. But just tell, are you okay? You're okay, are you?
I had some bleeding from the head, and one of my arms is got sort of gash on it. But I'm okay. We have a lot of elderly neighbours. One lady had to have a bandage around her head. And lots of people, hundreds of people have been hospitalised. We're staying away because we recognise that we are not the most needy cases at the moment.
Yes, I'm certainly seeing reports here of hospitals overwhelmed because, of course, they would have already been very busy with COVID-19. But one hospital I was just saying there, treating more than 500 injuries. And are you hearing anything, Lizzie, about what caused this? We're seeing conflicting reports here, but it does seem that this was an awful accident. Absolutely.
So one of the immediate senses from people is that this was, and one of the immediate reactions is this was a missile on weapons belonging to the Iran-backed group Hezbollah in Lebanon. However, that has been widely dismissed. People in Lebanon are very aware that Israel hits Hezbollah weapons depots in Syria, and so in the sort of sense of in the heat of the moment is to think, oh well, they're now bombing Beirut port, but however that has not been confirmed either by Hezbollah or by the Israelis, and it is looking very much more likely from official sources here that this was an explosion of explosive materials that were being stocked at the port. But as of yet, it is still not exactly clear.
And on that, how well equipped, Lizzie, is Beirut to deal with this? I mean, we know that it's got economic problems, it's political tensions, it's dealing with COVID-19. How well equipped is that city to deal with this?
Absolutely. As you say, there are already multiple issues here, as well as COVID-19. Cases of COVID-19 have recently spiked in Lebanon. On top of that, and really the much greater pressure is the economic crisis, and I should really say economic collapse here, that's been beating the country down really for the past year and has worsened significantly in the past 6 months. Public authorities, public services here are not good. Last month, there was almost no state power where people were relying on generators. Last year, there were huge forest fires because the firefighting helicopters hadn't been kept up. Those are two examples of this sort of state of the state infrastructure and resources. So really, this is really another blow to a Lebanon that was already suffering greatly.
Yeah, and the port, we're seeing pictures, and certainly a little earlier, the daylight pictures just showed a port, well, it seemed almost completely destroyed, certainly, damage everywhere.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that Lebanon relies on imports. It exports very little in terms of manufactured products. It imports 80% of goods. And it has had some trade with Syria, but you've got to remember that seaport is an incredibly important piece of infrastructure for Lebanon. So there are clearly going to be ramifications for that. What they exactly will be is yet to be seen. Yeah, and I should say, Lizzie, we're looking at pictures now that just show utter devastation. It really does, and it goes on for. I mean, the building after building has been flattened, and it's very difficult to see. Yeah, how this will be a port that will be up and running in any way
in the near future at all?
I think it's going to be it's a huge a blow, literally and figuratively, to Lebanon that really can't take any more pressure.
And the people you've spoken to, your neighbours, some of whom were injured in this, and mercifully you weren't too badly, but what are people saying? What is I mean, they total shock, obviously, but what are people saying to you?
People are. I mean, at first there was people are shouting and saying, "What's going on? You're journalists. You need to know what's going on." People have a long experience of traumatic experiences, and particularly explosions in central Beirut. In 2005, the prime minister at the time was killed in an enormous car bomb, which people are traumatized by that and still remember that, and so. There's that sort of collective memory there that people are talking about. People are worried about their property. People are worried about their relatives. So yeah, those are the sort of immediate reaction. And there are still a couple of people here that I'm trying to get in touch with. People are trying to guarantee the safety of everyone around them and clubbing together. But it's another traumatic event in a Beirut and a Lebanon that have already seen far too many.
Okay, Lizzie, well, look, I can feel the emotion in your voice, and one feels for that city and the people of that city. And let me just very briefly update, Lizzie, thank you very much. Let me just update people, and it's hundreds of people are reported to have been injured in a massive explosion in the port area of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And many people, 10 people are dead, according to the authorities, many more injured, but significantly many more trapped in homes and buildings and factories and warehouses damaged by this explosion. That's according to the head of the Lebanese Red Cross. He says he has no exact idea on figures, clearly, of how many are trapped, but others have been rescued by boat. Hospitals are overwhelmed. One hospital has said it has 500 people being treated in that hospital this evening, and it is not able to receive any more. Tens of injured are needing operations. Let's just, as we look at these, well, it just looks like a war zone. I mean, it is quite extraordinary. And as we look at these pictures, let's bring back Sky's Zain Jafar, who is in Beirut and joins me again on the phone. And Zain, it is worth just recalling to talk viewers through what happened to you earlier this evening.
Well, Mark, I, along with many hundreds, if not thousands of other people in Beirut, based in downtown Beirut, probably just under a kilometre away from where this explosion took place. It was middle of the afternoon, late afternoon, in fact, when I could hear, or feel, I should say, the ground shaking beneath me as if it was an earthquake, and then an almighty explosion, one that blew out the windows in the flat and office that I work in downtown Beirut, and blew out the doors and the windows, and in fact has pretty much taken off the facade of the apartment block that I live in, and many others, dozens, if not, I would say, probably hundreds of other buildings in downtown Beirut. I managed to, in the last half an hour, take a scooter to as close to the scene as we possibly can get. And I hate to use such a cliche term, but it is somewhat apocalyptic, the scene on the way there. Buildings caved in, shards of glass everywhere, people still injured, dazed, confused, bloodied, walking on the street, people trying to pick up the remnants of their homes, of their shops, and cafes and restaurants that are ubiquitous in this part of Beirut. It is a scene of absolute chaos and destruction. And you were talking, Mark, about the impact on hospitals here. Hotel Dieu, which says it's treating 500 and is now at full capacity. That is one of the best, I would say, one of the most well-equipped and prepared hospitals in Beirut. But I would imagine that is something that is being replicated in hospitals across the city at a time of economic disaster where many doctors and medical directors have told Sky News over the last few months that they are running out of money, running out of equipment, running out of medicine. They're unable to cope with the spike in cases of COVID-19 and ordinary people's needs and medical ailments and issues. For this to have happened in this moment of crisis for Lebanon, I honestly couldn't think of any time that could have been worse. Of course, there's never a good time for something so tragic, so destructive. But for this to have happened now, at a moment where Lebanon really is struggling to keep it together, struggling to look after its people, more than 60% of the population in poverty, people losing their jobs, people losing their livelihoods, for this kind of accident, and it seems so far from what we're hearing from the authorities, it was an accident, an industrial accident, an explosion in some sort of factory that held explosives. That would be a huge disaster.
Good evening. You are watching live pictures from Beirut, where at least 10 people have reportedly died after a huge explosion rocked the Lebanese capital. The head of the Red Cross in the country says hundreds more have been taken to hospital with injuries caused by the blast. Meanwhile, the UK Foreign Office says it is closely monitoring the situation. Well, pictures emerging from the city show widespread damage. Here is the moment of that explosion. It is understood that the blast took place at Beirut's port area, not far from Beirut's central shopping area, which had today been reopened after lockdown from the coronavirus restrictions. From the eyewitness reports we've been getting, there is damage across the city. Buildings have collapsed, windows shattered, and at least over a mile away from that port area where the explosion took place. Well, earlier, our Middle East editor Zain Jafar spoke to Mark Austin.
I was in Sky's offices, which are sort of slap bang in the middle of downtown Beirut, and there was a huge explosion. The windows have caved in. It sort of tore apart the facade of the building that we're in, and once the sort of dust settled, we managed to get myself and others in this block out of the block, and it was sort of covered in dust and smoke. Windows, doors, glass shattered across downtown Beirut. A lot of very dazed, very bloody people walking around, trying to gather their bearings. Really quite a worrying sight. It seems like there was clearly a huge explosion. Still no confirmation of what exactly caused the explosion, but very visibly from where I am in downtown Beirut, you could see plumes of very thick black smoke coming from the port area, coming from sort of further away from downtown Beirut towards the port in an area called Ashrafiyeh. But where exactly, as I said, the explosion took place, unfortunately, I can't ascertain as of yet, because me and probably many hundreds of others who work and live in this incredibly busy part of Beirut were dealing with the repercussions in the aftermath of this explosion.
Yeah, and Zain, just to check, first of all, that you're okay to carry on speaking. You were not injured in any way?
No, thankfully, Mark, just light grazes, but nothing serious. And it seems that the people that were with me in other offices and apartments in this building were okay. While I tried to walk towards that smoke on and dust, blood across their faces and their clothes. It was quite a worrying scene. The sounds of sirens, the fire brigade, the ambulances, the police, and also the military.
Okay, watch this. What I'm going to pull up. This is really bad.
ليك الدخنة كيف بعدها ليك الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
أشهد أن لا
صورها معاه على الفور.
ايه منه
يا لطيف.
ليك الدخنة كيف بعدها ليك الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
أشهد أن لا
صورها معاه على الفور.
ايه منه
يا لطيف.
ليك الدخنة كيف بعدها ليك الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
You can definitely see the rocket missile fly in and bomb the thing. Watch the blue highlight.
ليك الدخنة كيف بعدها
There's a blue circle I mean.
الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
That's just a coincidence of something falling from the sky. It's something else falling from the sky. That's a rocket hitting it, or missile.
منه
يا لطيف.
ليك الدخنة كيف بعدها ليك الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
أشهد أن لا
صورها معاه.
And behind that, to the east of that, is a smaller silo, a smaller building, where the fire is believed to have started. Now, as Zane was alluding to, there are plenty of suggestions that this was an accident, that this was some sort of an industrial explosion, and there are various different sources now pointing to that scenario. One suggestion earlier on was that perhaps this was a fireworks dump that exploded. The size of the explosion would suggest that's unlikely. Other Lebanese sources have suggested that it was a consignment of some sort of explosive material that was seized and confiscated from a ship and left in the port for up to a year or so, and that exploded. A Lebanese security official is saying that it is some sort of an explosive that went off, but it is not connected in any way to any military grade explosive. Other suggestions, and clearly other scenarios that are being looked into that can be probably discounted. One of them is that this was somehow an attack by Israel. Israel, of course, wants to destroy Hezbollah, the Shia militant force within Lebanon. And the two sides, Hezbollah and Israel, are continuously at loggerheads. Now, the suggestion is Israel had nothing to do with this. That must be stressed at this stage. The Israeli Foreign Minister, Gabi Ashkenazi, has released a statement recently, in the last half an hour, I believe, in which he says that it is the Israeli belief that this was some sort of a fire and an accident. And another Israeli source speaking to the Reuters news agency has suggested the same thing. Hezbollah, who I mentioned a moment ago, have said that none of their arms depots, which exist in large numbers across Lebanon, have been destroyed, and it would certainly be very unlikely that Hezbollah would have an arms depot in the civilian port of Beirut. That would seem pretty far-fetched. So all of this taken together, it appears as though this was an accident, but as I say, nothing official has been confirmed at this stage.
And Mark, in terms of casualties, what do we know at this stage?
Well, the last I've seen, and you may have newer information than I've got, is that there are 10 people confirmed to have died. I think that number will undoubtedly rise, and the injuries will be very, very high as well. The blast wave, which was caused by this explosion, was huge and caused damage to buildings for many, many miles across Beirut and beyond. And the director of the largest public hospital in Beirut has tweeted, a man I know, I met him a couple of weeks ago, a man who was already struggling as the head of the biggest hospital in Beirut because of coronavirus, because of Lebanon's economic problems. Now he is saying that this is incredibly difficult. He said that in their hospital they've received, an hour ago, they've received 66 patients with various degrees of injuries, most of them glass injuries, and certainly that would tally with the images that are emerging, which show the windows in shops and houses right across the city have been blown out. So I think there will be many, many injuries. The number of dead there at this stage, it's really not clear.
OK, Mark Stone, for now, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in Chris Hunter, a former British Army officer and bomb technician. He's also a specialist in counter-terrorism. Hello to you, Chris. At this stage, the suggestion is that this was a tragic industrial accident. But from the pictures that you are looking at, from what you have seen, tell us what you can see and what that points to.
Okay, I think, looking at it from purely an explosive specialist perspective and putting aside any counter-terrorism hat, I would say the very first indicator to me when I saw the explosion on the footage that we've all seen tonight was the white smoke. When you see any sort of explosion take place, not looking at the fire that preceded it, but the explosion itself, what you tend to see is black smoke or white smoke. If it's black smoke, it's consistent usually with military-grade high explosive, the sort of things that we would see in aircraft-delivered bombs, that we would see in conventional ordnance, artillery sort of thing. If it was, or indeed, it could be a terrorist truck bomb or a terrorist car bomb, something like that, if it was black smoke. What we saw here was very clearly white smoke, and that is almost always consistent with low explosive. And low explosive is typically seen in the propellants of ammunition, bullets, that sort of thing, in cartridge cases. It's also more common in fireworks and that sort of thing. So my very first thought, as soon as I saw this, and it's sort of bomb disposal 101, when you turn up at any sort of explosive incident, one of the first questions is, what color was the smoke? And as soon as I saw that, my first thoughts were, this is more likely to be something like a firework incident, where the low explosives are confined in tight packaging, some sort of very, very confined container, and the heat that is introduced could be a flame, could be just excessive heat, then causes them to what we call cook off, and you get this huge explosive effect. So that's pretty much what I've seen, and certainly when I looked then on social media and saw some of the initial reports coming out of Lebanon, out of Beirut itself, they certainly talked about an industrial area and the potential presence of firework containers or indeed a firework factory there.
Yeah, and there's talk about firework containers in that port area, potentially in a silo in the port area. Lebanon's interior minister has said initial information indicates highly explosive material, not explosives. Explosive material seized years ago that had been stored there had blown up. And we are getting conflicting reports, but just your verdict on that.
Yeah, I mean, explosive material and explosives can often get mixed up. But I think, in the context, what he's talking about there, things like, Calagas containers are technically explosive material. They're not used, as everyday bombs. They're used as fuel, in a very innocent fashion. But if you introduce the correct stimulus to them, you could make them explode. And I think, what we've seen here, whatever it is, whether it's something like, an everyday material that's potentially explosive. There's lots of everyday materials, by the way. When we look at sawmill explosions, when we look at sugar factory explosions, those are basically where you've had a sort of, fine particulate dust mixture, if you like, mixing with the air, and then causing a volatile fuel air explosion when enough heat has been introduced to it. So I think, what we've got here is some sort of explosive material, or potentially even low explosives themselves, like fireworks, as I've mentioned, in some sort of a confined space. And when the heat from the fire has been introduced to that, then it's actually exploded. And we're talking about a phenomenal amount here. I mean, I've been doing bomb disposal now and working in this field for 30 years now, and I've been to most war zones around the world in that time. I've never seen an explosion of this sort of magnitude. So it's phenomenal.
ليك الدخل كيف بعدها ليك الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
Variously as being like a nuclear explosion, as being like an earthquake. The blast was felt over a huge distance, windows blown out, damage to buildings over a large distance. What does that tell us?
Well, the first thing is it tells us the amount of explosive material and the amount of explosives involved in the exploded, and how much of it is still there in a potentially dangerous state. So the first responders, when they go in there, could be faced with yet more significant danger, if you like, from unexploded material that's in a very dangerous state. But I think, to answer your question, what we've seen there is a huge amount. We're talking several tons, potentially tens of tons of explosive material. And when an explosion takes place, it travels out radially. The explosion itself compresses all the air around, and then it travels out up to supersonic speeds in some cases. And it's like concrete, that blast wave, if you like, traveling outwards. And then as it hits the various different structures, it also takes in the oxygen in the air. You have what's called a positive and a negative phase as it travels outwards and then travels back inwards. Buildings are designed usually for loads going downwards, gravity, if you like, not for loads pushing upwards. So you get displacement of the floors and then they come crashing down and the buildings collapse. And then, of course, the injuries against humans, there are 4 types of blast injury, and everything from blast lung, where the vital organs are actually smashed to pieces, right the way through to traumatic amputation, tissue stripping, burns, and all that sort of thing as well. So this is a really, really major incident and a significant explosion.
OK, Chris Hunter, thank you very much indeed for your expertise this evening. The Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, has tweeted in the last few minutes, "My thoughts and prayers are with those affected by the devastating explosion in Beirut today. The UK flag of the United Kingdom stands in solidarity with the people of Lebanon and is ready to offer help and support, including to those British nationals impacted." So that a statement from Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, saying that the UK stands in solidarity with the people of Lebanon, ready to offer support. In the last few moments, our Middle East editor Zain Jafar has sent us this update.
Let me just give you an idea of how devastating this explosion was. We're in the building that Sky uses as our office here at downtown Beirut. This must be about 600 meters away from the blast, perhaps a bit longer, and you can see that everything has been essentially destroyed. These big metal doors that you see are reinforced metal doors that are the entrance to this building, and we're just going to walk out here. You can see just how severely destroyed everything is. And you can see that these are residential blocks. But as we get to the end of this road, you'll see that we essentially get to the centre of town, a neighbourhood called downtown Beirut. And all across here, the facades of these buildings have been destroyed. There have been serious damage. All of the glass windows on this side of the building have been blown out. If you look up here, you can see the impact of those blasts that have totally dismantled those shutters there and destroyed some of the windows and the doors. Let's just go a bit further on here. So far, the authorities here in Lebanon are saying that what caused this explosion was seemingly an industrial accident. A fireworks depot or some sort of fireworks factory near the port of Beirut or in the port of Beirut had some sort of explosion, and that's led to an almighty blast, and videos emerging on social media of just how severe that blast was. But let's just carry on looking down here. You can see glass strewn across the floor, all across the floor here. And look at this building. Now, this building, which has been unused for several months now, but just have a look here. Just have a look at how destroyed the front of that building is. Parts of the door, the walls, the glass facade, totally blown out. And if we just walk out here into the main street, this is what we call Martyrs Square. It is central Beirut. It has been for the best part of a year the epicenter of protests taking place in the country. But today, it is a site of total damage and devastation. And if I show you here, for example, this building, just to give you an idea of how damaged it is.
Thank you for that donation, Jan. I really appreciate that.
If you swing back around, what you're seeing straight down the road towards those lights at the end of the road, that is the port, the harbour, and it's there that this explosion is thought to have taken place. If you look at the sirens, the ambulances, police vehicles, fire engines, non-stop for the past hour and a half, if not longer, they have been non-stop. The authorities are saying that there could be many, many injured. I saw across downtown Beirut many civilians covered in blood, covered in shards of glass, clearly very seriously injured. And I'm sure that the scene closer to the port, just about 500 or 600 meters from where we are, would be a scene of utter devastation as ambulances, as fire brigades, as the security forces try and make their way there to help those who may have been caught up in this terrible explosion.
More pictures of the aftermath of that huge explosion which rocked downtown Beirut in the port area today, flattening much of that port, damaging buildings, blowing out windows and doors with that huge mushroom cloud of smoke above the Lebanese capital. 10 people are known to have died. Hundreds of people have been taken to hospitals. One of those hospitals, the Hotel Dieu hospital in Beirut, said it was treating more than 500 injuries and was unable to receive any more. Tens of those injured at that one hospital needed surgery, and the hospital has been appealing for blood donations. Many people remain trapped in their homes by the explosion, according to the head of the Lebanese Red Cross. And that emergency services, you can hear the sirens there, a huge emergency service response to this blast. In terms of what caused it, it is not known exactly at this stage. It is thought most likely to be an industrial accident in the port area, a fire followed by a huge explosion with that plume, a mushroom cloud of smoke above the city. It comes at a very difficult time for Lebanon. Its economy is facing collapse, hit by a double whammy of a financial crisis and coronavirus restrictions too. Let's get more on what has taken place this evening. I'm joined by Karim Shahayeb, a journalist and fixer in the city whose home was caught up in the blast. Hello to you, Karim. Tell us what happened.
Hello. So around rush hour, late afternoon, early evening, a massive explosion came out of the port of Beirut, which ended up shaking the entire capital and some of its immediate surroundings. I'm currently in a neighborhood in Beirut, which is not in the immediate vicinity of where the explosion took place, and frankly, it is deformed. Every building around me is destroyed. Ambulances are everywhere. There is not a single vehicle, not a single building that hasn't been impacted by this devastating explosion.
And Karim, you're not in the immediate vicinity. How far away are you and seeing that level of destruction?
I would say I'm about a 15-minute drive away, and I can say that from people I've spoken to, the damages have impacted buildings and other structures as far out as about 12-15 kilometers away, which basically means that on some polar ends of the capital, we have seen damages.
We are told that at least 10 people have been killed. Looking at the pictures, it would seem that that death toll will be far higher. Is that your understanding?
I'm afraid so. The hospitals are extremely overwhelmed. At the outskirts of the city, we're hearing nothing but the sounds of ambulances zooming out of the capital to find capacity elsewhere. I expect that will be much higher, unfortunately, by the caliber of this explosion.
In terms of the cause of this, what information are you hearing there?
So in terms of the cause of the explosion, some people speculate there might have been a container of fireworks that was mishandled. Some speculated it might be an airstrike. However, the Interior Minister, Mohammed Fahmy, told press following a tour that while investigation is ongoing, the preliminary findings, he says, indicate that the cause of the explosion might be confiscated highly explosive material which was stored years ago. And of course, the question is, well, why was this material stored in a warehouse at the port for so many years and not tended to? But this is what we've heard so far. At the moment, President Michel Aoun has called for a higher defense council meeting with Mogadishu, the senior authorities and the heads of all the security agencies. And I think this will open up a full-on investigation. And hopefully we'll find out the reason sooner rather than later.
And in terms of Lebanon's ability to cope with a disaster on this scale, just before we spoke to you, I was talking about the economic crisis, the financial crisis, compounded by the coronavirus pandemic. Hospitals, firstly, are the hospitals able to cope?
You know, Lebanon has been going through a significant economic crisis, and the hospitals have been bearing much of the brunt of this economic crisis. So we have been hearing, calls of concern from hospital administrations, both public and private, of medical shortages, medical equipment shortages, and other crucial materials that they need. Just the other day, the head of the Rafiq Hariri University Hospital said that their ICU beds are almost near capacity. And, the hospitals are extremely overwhelmed. On top of the COVID-19 crisis and their existing economic crisis, they're in for a disaster, considering the scale of this explosion. And, as I said earlier, that many ambulances are leaving the capital to find capacity medical facilities elsewhere.
And then economically, you look at those images of the port, which has been all but flattened by this blast. What are the ramifications of that?
The ramifications are going to be tremendous. Lebanon has been struggling to import for a long time now because of its financial crisis, but the Beirut port is one of its key economic limbs. Without this port, Lebanon will struggle. On top of what already is going through. Lebanon, for the longest time, has been asking for economic assistance, and their national community says that assistance will come if significant structural reforms are made, and they have not been implemented yet. Lebanon has more or less been empty-handed for a long time. So this is a massive new blow to Lebanon's already devastated economy.
Just to take you back to the moment of that explosion, what went through your mind at that point? What were your first thoughts, Karim?
Well, judging by the first footage that came out at the beginning, it appeared that it might have been a fire or malfunction at the port itself. Surprisingly, about 10 minutes or a little bit after that footage came out, that's when we heard the explosion, which extended across the whole city. And that's when we started hearing stories of damages, buildings, some homes completely destroyed. Given the current context of the situation, most people fear that it might be part of a politically motivated attack, part of a security crisis that took place. This was the first response of any of the people that I spoke to. Frankly, the explosion itself, this massive mushroom cloud, this pink plume of smoke that sort of, that sort of erupted was extremely shocking. It did look like something of a massive attack of sorts. It was incredibly devastating. I have witnessed power bombs and attacks in Beirut in my life, but this was something completely different.
And that immediate response, an assumption, because tensions high ahead of the verdict in the trial over the killing of the ex-Prime Minister this week.
Yes, most people thought that this was linked to the trial on Friday. Many people are anticipating lots of tensions to re-erupt, civil strife on the streets between parties of different political parties. This is what people have been fearing for Friday and perhaps the corresponding days. That was the first thought that came to people's minds who I spoke to. following the explosion. It might just end up being mismanagement or malfunction. We don't know yet, but it definitely increased existing tensions regarding Friday because there is suspect that this might be linked to some sort of politically motivated attack, even though there is no confirmation on the matter. But this is what's running through many people's minds right now.
In terms of the immediate vicinity where this took place, just describe for us what it is, what is there, and then further out, because we have seen, and as you have described and our colleagues have described, the damage spreads far and wide.
Absolutely. So the Beirut port is located very close to the downtown district. This is where Parliament is. This is where Cabinet meets. This is where many embassies are. And this is very close to the downtown district where hundreds of thousands of Lebanese flooded the streets in a popular uprising last fall and winter. This is, this is the central district of the area. It's also very close to a major highway where lots of Lebanese people commute to and from the capital every single day. And the explosion took place at around rush hour as well. It is a very busy area. It is where lots of economic activity took place, but more importantly, it's where lots of people gather, especially during that period of time.
OK, Karim, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Let's just remind you of what we've heard from the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, in the last few minutes. He has tweeted to say, "My thoughts and prayers are with those affected by the devastating explosion in Beirut today. The UK stands in solidarity with the people of Lebanon and is ready to offer help and support, including to those British nationals impacted." For those just tuning in, you are watching live pictures from Beirut, where at least 10 people have reportedly died after a huge explosion rocked the Lebanese capital. The head of the Red Cross in the country says hundreds more have been taken to hospital with injuries caused by the blast. Meanwhile, the UK Foreign Office says it is closely monitoring the situation. Pictures emerging from the city show widespread damage. Here is the moment of that explosion. You'll see it on the right-hand side of your screen. At least 10 people known to have died, that figure likely to be much higher. Hundreds have been taken to hospitals. One hospital in Beirut described treating 500 injured. It's at full capacity, saying it cannot cope with any more. Tens of those injured requiring operations as a result of the injuries they suffered in the blast, and the hospital appealing for blood donations as a result. In terms of what the cause has been, it is not yet known, and of course subject to investigations. There have been suggestions of a container of fireworks that may have caused this initial explosion in the port area of Beirut. The internal security chief of Lebanon described confiscated highly explosive material, which he said had been stored years ago, as being at the cause of that huge explosion. That mushroom cloud, as you can see on the right of your screen, there going above the city of Beirut. The damage spreading far and wide across the city. We saw from our colleague Zain Jafar, some 500, 600 metres away, buildings had their windows blown out, damage to the structure of buildings, facades that had come down. Eyewitnesses described the immediate moments as being like a nuclear explosion or an earthquake. Others had initially thought this was an assassination, and it has sent shockwaves around the city of Beirut. Let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Mark Stone, now for all the latest. Mark.
Sarah, yes. In terms of the number injured, it continues to rise. We don't have a clear figure yet, but various hospitals around the city of Beirut are now reporting that people continue to turn up. Most of them have glass injuries, a consequence of what you just described there, which is the blast wave, which went right through the city for many, many miles through the city and beyond. Blew out windows, it caused masonry on older buildings to fall down. And so those are the sorts of injuries that the hospitals are now having to deal with. And these are hospitals that are already really, really struggling because of coronavirus, but struggling too because of a lack of medicine and of medical equipment. That is a consequence of the extraordinary economic crisis that Lebanon currently finds itself in. So the backdrop to this very, very strange explosion is a country that is already broken and is now physically, literally broken for block after block in the area around what's known as the downtown area of Beirut. Martyrs Square is one of the central parts of the city. It's dominated by a huge mosque in one corner of it. It's the place where the many of the demonstrations that have taken place against the corruption in the government, demonstrations that have taken place over the course of the past year or so, it's where they take place. Now, the explosion itself happened around about a mile or so to the northeast of Martyrs Square. The coastline is just to the north of Martyrs Square. That is a military base there. That's not where the explosion was. It was to the east of that, in an industrial part of the port, the civilian part of the port. The footage shows that there are two silos, two large white buildings, one of them very large, and behind that there appears to be a smaller one.
I'll show you
from the footage that is now emerging. There were
that video.
Small explosions, and then that
I'll bring it up right now. You'll see a blue circle.
That came out of that. Now,
something flies in, and it could just be a bit of a visual thing. That some people say it was a bird, and I'm looking at the distance. If that was a bird, that thing was the size of a
firework. Is another. None of these.
The thing was the size of a
theories that people are.
The 747.
Now, of course, given Lebanon,
it was
given its.
But I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up right now.
Neighbor Israel. There have been natural questions about whether Israel might have had something to do with this. Now, officially, the Israeli Foreign Minister Gabi Ashkenazi has said that it's his government's view that this was an accident. Caused by a fire and explosion. Another Israeli source talking to the Reuters news agency has been more explicit and said Israel had nothing to do with the explosion. Israel, of course,
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء أشهد أن لا
has said that none of its arms depots, of which there are many across Beirut and beyond, none of them have been destroyed. Now, both Israel and Hezbollah have a tendency
الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء أشهد أن لا.
The location of the blast in an industrial area of the port, all of that suggests that this was an accident. But that is already
الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله هذا شيء
storm of financial devastation and the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. How well equipped or otherwise are the hospitals to deal with an incident on this scale?
Well, I mean, I've spent quite a lot of time on the financial crisis and the coronavirus crisis. What I would say is that Lebanese hospitals just a few years ago were well equipped, and some of them are very modern. The problem is that there has been an acute financial crisis in the past 6 months or so, and so very quickly they've run out of equipment, and they've run out of medicine as well.
It could be something else. Not a rocket or missile, but that ain't no bird. From that distance, like I said, That would be some kind of prehistoric Jurassic Park kind of bird thing.
Slightly better.
I mean, that was a and like Jen says, supersonic. That thing was flying at a missile rate.
Pretty well equipped until this financial crisis hit. But now they have shortages.
You know, who knows?
The head of the biggest public hospital, and there are quite a lot of private hospitals, but public ones too. The head of the biggest public hospital in Beirut is
just someone posting it on
they are getting
on Twitter.
Number of patients coming in with sort of injuries.
But I've seen all kinds of pictures on Twitter with they have circles around certain things that look like a missile and everything.
Sirens,
I don't.
Mark, we have seen the column of emergency vehicles heading to the port area, but given the scale of
some of the speculation about when they're talking about explosive materials is that
do we not that there are many people trapped still within their buildings?
Explosives, maybe not an attack, but it was. But they think that might have been like Hezbollah's storage for their weapons, for their explosives. Was one of the speculations. There's all kinds of speculations.
The most sort of visual aspect of this financial crisis that Lebanon has been going through is the fact that on many nights now they only have 2 hours electricity. In each 24-hour period, only 2 hours of electricity. And so just that very simple fact, I think, demonstrates the backdrop to the situation in Lebanon. And I think access to the area, getting floodlights there to be able to ascertain what happened and to rescue anyone who's injured will be difficult. But I would say also that the fact that it took place in this industrial port area, it's not as though there were shops, bars and restaurants in that immediate area around the blast. So I would imagine, and this will become clear, but I would imagine that not that many people would have been around the blast area itself. But as I said, the problem has been that the blast wave that was caused, which was the blast was heard as far away as Cyprus, in the Mediterranean to the west of Lebanon. But the wave went across the city, and that caused a significant amount of damage to some buildings which are not in a particularly good state anyway.
Okay, Mark Stone there for us. For the meantime, thank you very much indeed. A statement from Iran, the Iranian foreign minister, to say that Iran is ready to help Lebanon in any way necessary. The UK, similar sentiments as have France, saying ready to help in any way the Lebanese authorities deem necessary. Let's speak to Rana Shahab, an eyewitness to the blast in Beirut. Hello to you, Rana. What did you see and hear?
Hi, hello everyone. Well, I was home and then I felt like an earthquake first. Well, before realizing what was happening, I heard the big explosion. And my youngest son was just leaving the house to run some errands. So I started screaming his name and seeing if he left the house or not. Then after that, I heard the other explosion, a bigger one, and this is when, the glasses shattered everywhere in the house. And I realized that my son left and that something big was happening outside. I felt the smoke, and then I started screaming, like it's crazy. Screaming his name, trying to run the stairs down and up without knowing what I was doing. I could not reach him. I tried to call him, but there was no connection at all. And it took me like 10 minutes. This is when I received a message from him telling me that he was okay. And you know what? I lived the entire civil war and the Israeli attack, but never in my life, never had witnessed this fear. Apparently our country is first. So you know what? I never want my boys to come back again. Never. I think this country is good enough for us, the old people who are maybe doomed. This is not a country for good people, of course.
Raina, we can hear how terrifying it was for you to see that. How are you now?
I'm much better. I'm much better. My son is near me now. I just want him to leave the country as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Whereabouts are you now, Rena? How far away are you? And what can you see, if anything, or hear now?
Excuse me, I didn't see the question.
I was wondering how far away you are at the moment, Rona, and what you can see. I mean, we know it's darkness. We're looking at pictures now. We can just see a plume of smoke, the flames against the black sky.
Tell you what, now we're closing windows because we heard that this is a chemical explosion, that we need to stay home and keep our windows very closed. I'm still under shock. I really don't know what's happening. I'm not even watching the news.
So you are getting some input. How are you getting the information?
Yeah,
Rona, that
tough multitasking day. I was saying the F-22s are crazy. Our F-22s and F-35s are insane, and they're not duplicated. We know Israel only uses their use of when they retaliate, or what they do is our F-16s, but nobody has our F-22s. And so the only thing you're going to see in that part, in that region, the most you'll see, the highest tech you'll see, are F-16s.
Thank you very much
But
for talking.
yeah, the F-22s, F-35s, like I said, I put videos together with those, with music and stuff. I love them.
Those around you are safe.
I love those things.
Devastating scenes that we are seeing from Beirut after that huge explosion in the port area of the city. At least 10 people have died. Many hundreds are injured, overwhelming the hospitals in Beirut. It was described as world-beating by the Prime Minister, but today research showed the government's test and trace system was only reaching half of contacts. Now, frustration among local authorities using the programme appears to have reached a tipping point. Blackburn with Darwen Council, home to the highest infection rate in England, says the system isn't working fast enough and that it will now develop its own. There's now growing concerns a second wave could be even bigger in size than the first if a better system isn't up and running in time for the reopening of schools in September. Sky's health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
This is where England's highest rate of COVID-19 infections can be found. And to fight this big outbreak, Blackburn with Darwen needs an effective test and trace system. But there are concerns here about the national system not being effective enough. So the local authority is setting up its own to work in tandem.
It's part of a number of interventions that we're putting into place in Blackburn with Darwen because our case numbers are so high. So not every council is currently doing this, although more are looking to use this model. We're helping other councils in this.
It's not surprising that a lot of people were injured and hurt considering the extent of the damage. As you can see, rocks, concrete slabs as well as just pieces of building fell straight on the street. It's very difficult even to walk, and it's nearly impossible for cars, and it's very hard also for ambulances to walk through here, to drive through here. This is the building of Lebanon's electricity company. As you noticed,
this is a live stream.
Dark right now.
Somebody on the ground.
Even in the electricity company building, a few windows are smashed. Actually, most windows. The city is completely dark. It looks like electricity is completely cut. There's been electricity problems in the country for quite a while, and electricity cuts were increasing. But I think that even private generators are not working right now. So as you can see, trees also fell. This is another damaged building behind this Red Cross truck. You can see the metal front was completely blown out, and the trees also fell on the car below. Thanks for following us on the National tonight, and I'll probably see you in the morning. So, thanks and good night.
whatever we can get a bigger explosion. I think this is another fireworks one right here. Is this one? Oh yeah, this is. Look at this one. Michael Horowitz. You can see what may be fireworks explosions in the warehouse matching the video above. But see, again, let me point out, there's already something that's happened at this point. This initial explosion, reportedly, it was an explosion, was so big that many people were shooting video with their phones when the second bigger explosion happened. So this is already when this happened. And you'll see some fireworks here, and then you'll see the explosion, the bigger explosion here. This is from Michael Horowitz. By the way, real quick, I just want to update the headline because we saw a report that at least 2,200 were reported injured. So let me just update our headline. We just read that report that according to the Lebanon Red Cross, we heard a report that according to the Lebanon Red Cross, at least 2,200 were injured. Let me first just update our headline. As I said, it sounds like there are thousands of people hurt, with some people dead. So this video here, you can see here what looks like, I'll play it again, but you see some kind of flashes in here. This is after the initial explosion, reported explosion. And then, look at this. Look at what happens. Look at these buildings down here. See these large buildings? Look at what happens here. I mean, this one just gets pulverized. This building here, I mean, that's a large building. Looks like a few stories high, but a long building, and it just gets pulverized. Look at this. See that? The one next to it too. Look at that. And then this one is about 10 stories high, 12 stories high. Look what happens to that one. It's unbelievable. And it kind of looks like these buildings get destroyed too. It's so hard to tell because the camera goes away, but I'll show this one more time. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Hey, I want to say a quick thanks to our moderators who are in our chat rooms. I really appreciate it. Erstazi and Sarah in our YouTube chat. Uchi Kabbalah is there. I'm going to take some comments from you guys, too. You can write to me on Twitter, @Lookner. Danny James is there moderating. We have Periscope moderators. Misha is there. Linda Belk is there. Peter Muirden is moderating. Lisa Cushman. Okay. This happened several hours ago. The first reports that I saw were about 3 or 4 hours ago. I apologize we didn't get on the air sooner. I got to bed very late because we were up very late last night covering the hurricane. And so I literally got up and saw this news and came on the air. So I apologize I didn't get on the air earlier. Sharon Craig is also moderating in our Periscope chat. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators like Denise Fredrickson, Kimberly Peterson, Courtney Lane, Shay Durner, Ann Remington, Joe Serino, Dan Lindquist, and Josh Tompkins. And also thanks to our Twitch moderators as well. I really appreciate it. And let me just get some more updates. know there's updates coming out, so I just want to do a quick check and we'll show you some more vids. Thanks Eliza, Rifftrax, Tariag, and XXD, who are all moderating in our Twitch chat. Okay, hang on one sec here. All right. Give me 1 second. Wow. Ankit Panda says the Jordan Seismological Observatory reports a 4.5 seismic measurement from Beirut blast. That's mind-boggling for a conventional surface-level explosion. 4.5 magnitude. It's like, so Jordan Seismological Observatory, according to Al Jazeera Breaking News, reports like, it's like they felt like a 4.5 earthquake. That's from Ankit Panda. All right, let's see. Okay, here's an update. 27 dead, 2,500 injured, according to Health Minister. This is from Hala Mohideen. She's with Al Jazeera English. Okay? So she says, retweeted by Quentin Somerville, who I follow, 27 dead, 2,500 injured, according to Health Minister. And I'm sure that could go up. Okay, let me update our headline here. Okay. Matt Bradley reports, Hezbollah denies that the port of Beirut explosion was an Israeli attack. You know, we don't know what caused this explosion yet. As I mentioned, there are reports that a large quantity of explosive material which was being stored, which had been confiscated years ago and was being stored, actually exploded. There's some videos suggesting that during this whole thing, before the big explosion, there were fireworks going off. Maybe a large quantity of fireworks were going off. So it's not clear exactly what caused this. You can see here, David Daoud said Al Mayadeen News, which is in Beirut, said 50 tons of highly explosive material that was seized over 9 years ago exploded in Beirut port. I would say, to me, you know, there's, from everything I'm seeing out there, I would not be surprised if this turned out to be an accident, just because of the hugeness of the explosion and some of the reports we're seeing. I'd be pretty stunned if it turned out that this was it could be, but I'd be pretty stunned if this turned out this was some sort of, you know, terror attack that caused this size of explosion, because it would be so for some sort of attack, it would be so enormously bigger than the usual attack. Again, I don't know what happened, but I would not be surprised if something like this turned out to be the case. Now, there could be some kind of chain reaction thing, because it looks like there were two explosions, the first significant explosion and then a bigger one. So who knows what the chain of events is. But I would not be surprised if something like this turned out to be the case, just because of the size and the scale of this. All right, hang on a second here. I'm not going to show you the graphic videos. There are graphic videos of people with bodies and with people bloody and stuff. Let me do a quick check, though. I do want to check and see. Hang on, folks. Oh, here's something about the. Sorry, what? Now where is that sound coming from? Oh, I know. I'm sorry. This is from Riam Dalati, BBC Syria producer, BBC Syria. An audio message from the wife of an official private WhatsApp group claims the blast was due to utter negligence. Ammonium nitrate was salvaged from a sinking ship about 12 years ago and stored at Hangar 12, one of Beirut Harbor's biggest. A health and safety check done 6 months ago revealed the extremely dangerous and volatile circumstances that the ammonium nitrate was stored in. This is extremely volatile material which is liable to ignite at any time, especially in circumstances of excessive heat or humidity. She quotes her husband as having told her what the health and safety report said at the time. Unfortunately, our entire harbor is on fire, so I don't think an independent verification can authenticate the ongoing ammonium nitrate salvage narrative. So, oh, and then there's also this. Aditya Raj Kaul, journalist from Kashmir, who has a lot of followers and writes formerly of Times of India and other publications, says Lebanon's head of security says the blast was caused by a fire in a depot of highly explosive material, including sodium nitrate at Beirut's port. He said that material was confiscated from a ship months ago and stored there. So a number of reports suggesting this may have been some kind of material, explosive material, sodium nitrate or something else, that was stored at the port. And but we don't know that for sure yet. Ricky Coker said, didn't McVeigh use that in Oklahoma City? I don't know. I will look it up real quick. Oklahoma City bombing. Yes. In Oklahoma City bombing, I'm reading the article and I'm seeing ammonium nitrate. Is that what was used? Building the bomb. Ammonium nitrate. So ammonium nitrate was used to help construct the Oklahoma City bomb that went off in 1995. I don't know that it was used today. Oh, and Intel Crab retweeted Nafisa Konavard. She says the confiscated materials weigh more than 50 tons. Al Mayadeen channel reports, quoting security officials, 50 tons stored in downtown. So again, we're hearing these reports of more than 50 tons. Al Mayadeen, which is in Beirut, is reporting more than 50 tons of explosive material that had been confiscated years ago was just stored in this area. Oh, hold on, breaking news. Breaking news, Summer Saeed. Lebanese Health Ministry says 30 people dead, over 3,000 injured in the Beirut explosion. That's from Summer Saeed. Wall Street Journal. 30 dead, over 3,000 injured. Wow. Let me update the headline. Okay, let's look at some more of the footage of this. I know some people are just joining us. And I do want to, I'm going to be taking some of your comments in a second, but let's just look just to get people caught up. Let me just again go over some of the video from this. And again, for videos, the best source I've found has been FJ, who I follow. And if you go to my Twitter account, I posted good compilation thread of videos from Beirut explosion, and FJ, I haven't even caught up because he's posting more of them now. FJ at NetSecJeff has this whole thread with videos. But let me just again, just show you a couple of them, just to give you a sense of what happened. This one is from Bizan Faki. Again, reports of an initial explosion,
National Monetary Fund.
There's this, some huge cloud, and then a second, even much larger explosion. This is after the initial reported explosion. You can see slow motion. Look at that. Unbelievable. So you see like a flash. You see this, you see a flash. You see a flash, and then this. Okay, and we showed you this one too. Oops, this is the BNO News one. Hold on.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
And then that continues. They're still in the house. And this one, look at this. Initial, you have the initial cloud there, and then look at that. Okay. And then we also showed you this one, which was crazy. You can see what may be fireworks explosions in the warehouse matching the video above from Michael Horowitz.
To hundreds of thousands, millions of people losing their jobs, having their wages cut, not being able to afford basic services. This explosion now, which has just ripped through, really torn through so many neighborhoods in Beirut, is just the last thing that this country needed. And it is astonishing. It is astonishing when I was driving through block after block, street after street, building after building, caved in, collapsed, facades just ripped off them, windowless, glassless, all sorts of debris strewn across the floor, and people just desperately trying to get whatever they can from their belongings and get to a safe location for the evening, which in the current climate, in the current circumstances, you wonder where they're going to go when so much of the city has been affected by this. Just very briefly, to give you an idea, I have colleagues and friends and family members even in Beirut who live, in some cases, 4 or 5 kilometers away, who were telling me that, again, windows blown out, front doors caved in. The explosion has reached all corners of the capital city, and I think it's going to be days until we get a really clear assessment of just how much damage, destruction, and unfortunately death has occurred as a result of this incident.
Zain Jafar there in Beirut for us with that eyewitness account of the explosion, the blast wave that has gone right through the city for many miles, even felt as far afield as Cyprus. Well, earlier we spoke to another witness, Hadi Nasrallah, with his account.
Connection, everything went down. Basically, I was in the taxi cab, and I was driving around the area of where the explosion occurred. So we saw the smoke happening and we asked people what was going on. They said there was initially a first explosion that occurred in that area, but it wasn't that loud, so we couldn't hear it from where I was staying. But when we passed it and we went around, because I wanted to go home, the taxi went from within the buildings. Suddenly, I lost my, I couldn't hear anymore. So I saw something flash and I couldn't hear anymore. I looked at the taxi driver. I wanted to make sure that he was having the same experiencing the same thing as me. So I knew that there's something wrong with me. He stopped the car and he looked back at me. And then suddenly we heard a very loud explosion. The glass shattered all over the car, the cars around us, the buildings, all the glass just went down. It was raining glass all over the city of Beirut. It was shocking. So the first thoughts I had that it was an assassination attempt because it was near downtown area Beirut. That's where usually the car bombs where they assassinate political personnel happen. I went down the car and made sure the taxi driver is okay. Tried to call people, tried to call my family. No one was going to answer because the connection was bad. And I took another taxi, went home. I saw my house is kilometers away from the explosion, and all I saw is glass broken down, the wall cracked, the glass in my neighborhood was all shattered. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to think. I just looked at the rising smoke, and the first thing I thought was, it's not black smoke. Usually because I experienced car bombs before here in that area, and usually I see black smoke rising. This time it was pink and light, but it was massive. It's like a volcano. So it was something that I never experienced in my life. And the sound, the smoke, and the amount of kilometers it reached, how many people heard it, was the first time that ever happened in this country.
Well, let's get another eyewitness account now from Luna Safwan, a journalist based in Beirut. Luna, where were you when the explosion happened?
I was in my home, actually, in Babda, which is next to the presidential palace. And you would think that this area is further away from Beirut, but we heard the explosion and we felt it as loud as some of my contacts and friends heard it in Beirut, in the city itself, next to the Beirut port.
Yeah, and that is coming through in all of the accounts that we get from
Yeah, that matches up. That matches up. Shay, I want to say that right. Shay online. It's in Beirut, Lebanon. So Beirut to Cyprus is almost 150 miles. So that's and yeah, they heard that from that distance, 150 miles away. So that matches up with what's been said. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, Lebanon. Yeah, Lebanon's in the Middle East. Yeah.
describing it as like a nuclear explosion, as an earthquake. Others like you, whose instant response was that this had to be an assassination attempt, given the backdrop, as you say, of this week, the tensions ahead of that. In the aftermath, what information have you been able to gather about what has happened and what might be the cause?
The cause, up until now, speculations are in place. A lot of experts and military experts are talking about nitrate, sodium, storage that are stored next to weapons or TNT or old TNT weaponry in the warehouses in the port, which raises a lot of questions about the security situation and how these have been stored and what caused this explosion. We also heard witnesses talk about stories where there was a fire and then the civil department, civil defense tried to take down the fire, and that's when the explosion started to happen. Up until whole area is shattered. We don't have any confirmed numbers of deaths, and many of us can't even reach their relatives or their friends properly because of the very poor internet and call connection in Lebanon. It's basically a disaster. I've been reporting for 11 years, and I've never witnessed something like that in this city.
Yeah, and you talked about the poor internet there, also poor electricity, and the hospitals.
Yes.
2,000 plus people injured, we're being told at this stage, and that number likely to rise. How will the hospitals be able to cope?
The original hospitals, the big hospitals inside the city, the capital Beirut, are urging people who have minor injuries that are not as serious as others to head to hospitals in different areas in Lebanon, and not to limit themselves to big hospitals in the city because there's an influx of injuries there. Also, there's a blood shortage. So I have just been talking to friends in Tripoli. They are organizing mini blood banks to connect blood donations and then get them to the city, Beirut, because of this influx of injuries that have taken the hospitals. We also have medical equipment that are lacking for months in Lebanon. We basically have a hospitals problem in the country that goes back to before coronavirus. So right now, the situation is definitely looking more challenging unless something is done from the side of the official ministries to handle this and to maybe establish local entities and local hospitals aside, like mini hospitals to take care of these people.
So the hospitals are already under strain. Economically, Lebanon on its knees.
Yeah, he does his own take on the news too. I have the audio on Sky News right now because they have reporters and experts and everything around the area. But I can put it on that guy again if you want. He's pretty cool and everything.
We don't have enough US dollars to import, and that products are missing from the markets and medicine. Right now, we're hearing talks that even the medication warehouse has caught fire next to those warehouses where the explosion happened. So it will be disastrous unless some serious planning takes place from the cabinet.
Scenes of complete devastation, and we talked at the beginning of this, Luna, about the political backdrop to this and what is to come this week, at the end of this week. Just talk us through it.
Yes. So basically, the Lebanese are waiting for the judiciary decision from the International Court regarding the assassination of Prime Minister Rafiq Hariri, who was assassinated in Lebanon back in 2005. And many of the indications indicate back to involvement of Hezbollah from the Lebanese side and the Syrian regime in that assassination. We have been hearing a lot of stories in Lebanon, people and experts speculating civil unrest or problems in the streets, or even some kind of political tension that is to happen. So this is why this explosion, it's either very unfortunate or it's either very timely. We're really trying to look at it from a smart perspective, not to overanalyze and to jump into political conclusions. But this really puts Lebanon on its knees, because at this point, Lebanon has lost so much. Politically, this might be, in my opinion, a call for the cabinet, either to prove itself or maybe to resign.
Thank you very much indeed for your account there from Lebanon. Our Middle East editor Zain Jafar is in Beirut near the site of the explosion, and he sent this update.
Let me just give you an idea of how devastating this explosion was. We're in the building that Sky uses as our office here in downtown Beirut. This must be about 600 meters away from the blast, perhaps a bit longer. And you can see that everything has been essentially destroyed. These big metal doors that you see are reinforced metal doors that are the entrance to this building. And we're just going to walk out here. You can see just how severely destroyed everything is. And you can see that these are residential blocks. But as we get to the end of this road, you'll see that we essentially get to the central town, neighborhood to downtown Beirut. And all across here, facade have been destroyed. You can see the damage. This side has been blown out. If you look up here, you can see the impact of those blasts that have totally dismantled those shutters there and destroyed some of the windows and the doors. Let's just go a bit further on here. So far, the authorities here in Lebanon are saying that what caused this explosion was seemingly an industrial accident. A fireworks depot or some sort of fireworks factory near the port of Beirut or in the port of Beirut had some sort of explosion, and that's led to an almighty blast, and videos emerging on social media of just how severe that blast was. But let's just carry on walking down here. You can see glass strewn across the floor, all across the floor here. And look at this building. Now, this building, which has been unused for several months now, but just have a look here. Just have a look at how destroyed the front of that building is. Parts of the door, the walls, the glass facade, totally blown out. And if we just walk out here into the main street, this is what we call Martyrs Square. It is central Beirut. It has been for the best part of a year the epicenter of protests taking place in the country. But today, it is a site of total damage and devastation. If I show you here, for example, this building, just to give you an idea of how damaged it is, just how far this damage and destruction has reached. If we swing back around, what you're seeing straight down the road towards those lights at the end of the road, that is the port, the harbour, and it's there that this explosion is thought to have taken place. If you look at the sirens, the ambulances, police vehicles, fire engines, hour and a half here been non-stop. The authorities are saying that there are many injured. I saw off downtown Beirut, many civilians covered in blood, covered in shards of glass, clearly very seriously injured. And I'm sure that the scene closer to the port, just about 500 or 600 meters from where we are, would be a scene of utter devastation as ambulances, as fire brigades, as the security forces try and make their way there to help those who may have been caught up in this terrible explosion.
Zain Jafar there in Beirut, the head of Lebanon's Red Cross, has said there are victims everywhere in all the streets and areas near and far. At least 25 people have been killed and 2,500 people have been injured in that huge explosion in the Lebanese capital. The Lebanese Prime Minister has called it a big catastrophe and vowed for those responsible to pay the price for what has happened. The Sky News coming up. One local council abandons the use of the government's test and trace system. Is it fit for purpose? I'll be asking the UK's former chief scientist, Sir David King.
Next to a tall building. Okay, I think this is like the 10-story building we see in the videos, about 10 stories, roughly 10 stories. They erupted next to a tall building called Beirut Port Silos, or at or near a structure identified on maps as a warehouse. Videos showed only twisted metal and chunks of concrete where that warehouse had been. Beirut Port Silos. It's a business. It looks like. Beirut has suffered through a history of explosions, car bombing, shelling, and airstrikes during a prolonged civil war and fighting between Israel and militant group Hezbollah. But if the latest explosions were found to have been caused intentionally, they would shatter a prolonged stretch of relative calm in the Lebanese capital. And again, we have not heard, the reporting so far suggests that this was that the big explosion was some sort of accident involving explosive material, but nothing conclusive yet. Okay, give me a shout if you have comments, questions, updates. I'm going to get you some more information on this. And I do want to check also, hang on a second here. There's a lot of information up. Oh, I hadn't seen this one. Let me just watch this myself first and see make sure what I'm watching here before I show it. Okay, the person looks to be okay. All right. Emma Marie Leah sent me this. BTFK News. I don't know what that is, but at the same time, yeah, this looks like somebody forwarding somebody else's video. It looks like a video from the incident, though, to me. Let's just watch this again and see. It looks like, let's see. Yeah, I mean, that looks like, I can't confirm this is from today. It certainly looks like it. I mean, that looks like it could be from today. Hang on a second here. Hold on. Thank you, Emma. This was sent to me by Tony Del Monte. Itisham ul Haq, Beirut before and after the blast. So we have this. That's that building there, which you see the explosion happened right next to, and then that. Wow. Look at that. Now this happened around 6 p.m. local time. I'm hoping maybe some people had left work in these buildings. Thank you, Tony. Sorry. You can give me a shout at Lookner on Twitter if you have comments, questions, updates. Cody Hanlon says ammonium nitrate also caused the 2013 explosion in West Texas at a fertilizer plant. This sparking reminds me of thermite. That's what Cody says. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on. People sent me a bunch of stuff. I saw that one. Sharon Underwood sent me this. Amakai Stein reports that the sound of Beirut port explosion was heard in Cyprus, 234 kilometers from the area of the explosion. Now, I can't confirm this. I will say, I mean, the explosion happened right on the coast, so there's no structures to block the sound, which is a vibration of the air from traveling. Maybe that really happened. All right, let me now see. Let me go back to FJ's thread and see, because he posted a bunch of videos and I haven't been able to go through the whole thread. Oh, FJ just posted that video. Okay. All right. Hang on, folks. Let's see here. Again, this report, Lebanese Health Ministry, over 30 dead, 3,000 wounded taken to hospitals via Al-Malnar, David Daoud. That's where that figure is coming from. Oh, also another thing, FJ retweeted this. David Daoud, apparently this video is making the rounds of an Israeli drone dropping something today on Beirut port. This is fake news. The original video is days old. Okay, so if you see that, it has nothing to do with today. Yeah, and I can't show, there's some videos on FJ's thread where they have bloody people, or they have dead bodies. I can't show that. This is interesting. FJ retweeted this. According to the population estimates from World Pop Project, there are approximately 800 people living within 500 meters of the Beirut explosion's ground zero. About 30,000 people live within 1 kilometer. 500,000 people live within 2.5 kilometers, where traffic data suggests roads were made unpassable by the explosions. It's a very highly settled area. About 2 million people within 5 kilometers. Ooh, what is this? Oh, new one. Okay, I haven't seen this one. This is from FJ. Video 57. Again, 2 explosions, a first smaller explosion, then a bigger one. Here is this video, which we haven't seen yet. Just crazy. You know, here, we've seen some videos where in between the first and the second explosion, you hear a lot of, it sounds like fireworks going off. You kind of hear that here. You hear that, you seem to hear here, you're hearing like some things, you're hearing like, I think you're hearing these explosion sounds in between, before the second big explosion. Somebody said, what happened to the ship? I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you don't really see the ship. You don't really see, it's just enormous. Okay. Oh, here's a video of just some damage. Make sure there's no bodies in here. This shows you some of the damage here from FJ. Look at this. Collapsed building. Who knows if there's people in that rubble? You know, I've seen several reports of people going through rubble trying to, you know, find if there's people in there. So we might hear a lot more reports of people dead and injured from collapsed buildings. But that looks like a part of a structure just collapsed. Let's see here. Ooh, what's this one? I haven't seen this one yet. Again, FJ is doing a great job gathering some different videos. Okay, so this is from FJ. Okay, so hold on. Wow. Hang on, let me just check something here. Yeah, I don't see any bodies or anything graphic in this video, so I'll keep playing it. Wow. Look at this. These buildings. Look at that. That is far away from the blast, too. Look at that. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, again, just to update you, if you're just tuning in, we've reportedly at least 30 dead, at least 3,000 injured in this enormous blast that happened in Beirut about 6 p.m. local time, roughly 5 hours ago. There were two explosions, a smaller one and then a bigger one. It's not clear what caused it. We have seen reports from Lebanon, including a government official saying that they believe that a large amount of explosive material ignited. We've seen reports suggesting that over 50 tons of ammonium nitrate had been confiscated years ago and stored in a building, and that somehow got ignited. There are also videos suggesting that between the first and the second explosion, there were a lot of, it looks like, fireworks going off. So we could have an incident where an initial explosion happens and then triggers a larger explosion. That's what it looks like happened. We're bringing you the latest updates here. I'm going to show you real quick, just to catch you up in case you haven't seen it, just a couple of the videos showing you the basic explosion. I'm not showing, the footage of dead bodies and stuff like that, but there is that out there. But just so you can see it, in case you haven't seen it yet, just quickly, here's a couple of the videos showing what happened. And, a lot of people made videos of this because a lot of people were videoing the first explosion. And so a lot of people just had their phones on this, looking at this scene when the second explosion happened. So here's this one from Bisan Faki. Just scary. And if you look at it, you can just see slow motion. That's that building. We saw that. That's that 10-story building you see in different pictures. But see, there's already been an explosion. Then you see a flash. You see a flash right there. And then you see another explosion. Oops. Sorry. Right, so that's that one. And then here's this one. This was posted by BNO News. Marcelo Yanez Munoz.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
And then if the video continues, you see that they're still in the apartment walking around. It's not like the video ends.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
So that's that one. And then this one from Michael Horowitz. It looks like you see fireworks going off between the first and second explosion. This one is just unbelievable. I mean, look at this. Olivia Gates says 6 seconds to impact their apartment. Yeah, it gets there pretty fast. But look at this here. Maybe she means the shockwave. But just to go in slow motion, look at this building just gets pulverized. All right, and then you can see here, this video could suggest the initial incident was indeed tied to fireworks because this is after the first explosion and you appear to hear lots of fireworks going off. Okay. And I was going through FJ's thread just to see if he had posted. Ooh, what is this one? I can't really show all of this. This is video of a shopping mall. I've seen footage of a shopping mall with heavy damage, so I can't show all of it. But you see right there, that's a shopping mall. From FJ posted that one. Okay. What is this one? This is just, I think, the aftermath. Look at this.
Destruction.
I would say I'm about a 15-minute drive away, and I can say that from people I've spoken to, the damages have impacted buildings and other structures as far out as about 12-15 kilometers away, which basically means that on some polar ends of the capital we have seen damages.
We are told that at least 10 people have been killed. Looking at the pictures, it would seem that that death toll will be far higher. Is that your understanding?
I'm afraid so. The hospitals are extremely overwhelmed. At the outskirts of the city, we're hearing nothing but the sounds of ambulances zooming out of the capital to find capacity elsewhere. I expect that to be much higher, unfortunately, by the caliber of this explosion.
In terms of the cause of this, what information are you hearing there?
So in terms of the cause of the explosion, some people speculate there might have been a container of fireworks that was mishandled. Some speculate it might be an airstrike. However, the Interior Minister, Kamak Fahmy, told press following a tour that while investigation is ongoing, the preliminary findings, he says, indicate that the cause of the explosion might be confiscated highly explosive material, which was stored years ago. And of course, the question is, well, why was this material stored in a warehouse at the port for so many years and not tended to? But this is what we've heard so far. At the moment, President Michel Aoun has called for a higher defense council meeting with Mogaza, the senior authorities, and the heads of all the security agencies. And I think this will open up a full-on investigation. And hopefully we'll find out the reason sooner rather than later.
And in terms of Lebanon's ability to cope with a disaster on this scale, just before we spoke to you, I was talking about the economic crisis, the financial crisis, compounded by the coronavirus pandemic. Hospitals, firstly, are the hospitals able to cope?
Lebanon has been going through a significant economic crisis, and the hospitals have been bearing much of the brunt of this economic crisis. So we have been hearing, calls of concern from hospital administrations, both public and private, of medical shortages, medical equipment shortages, and other crucial materials that they need. Just the other day, the head of the Rafiq Hariri University Hospital said that their ICU beds are almost near capacity. And the hospitals are extremely overwhelmed. On top of COVID-19 crisis and their existing economic crisis, they're in for a disaster, considering the scale of this explosion. And, as I said earlier, that many ambulances are leaving the capital to find capacity medical facilities elsewhere.
And then economically, you look at those images of the port, which has been all but flattened by this blast. What are the ramifications of that?
The ramifications are going to be tremendous. Lebanon has been struggling to import for a long time now because of this financial crisis, but the Beirut port is one of its key economic limbs. Without this port, Lebanon will struggle. On top of what already is going through. Lebanon, for the longest time, has been asking for economic assistance, and their national community says that assistance will come if significant structural reforms are made, and they have not been implemented yet. Lebanon has more or less been empty-handed for a long time. So this is a massive new blow to Lebanon's already devastated economy.
Just to take you back to the moment of that explosion, what went through your mind at that point? What were your first thoughts, Karim?
Well, judging by the first footage that came out at the beginning, it appeared that it might have been a fire or malfunction at the port itself. Surprisingly, about 10 minutes or a little bit after that footage came out, that's when we heard the explosion, which extended across the whole city. And that's when we started hearing stories of damages, buildings, some homes completely destroyed. Given the current context of the situation, most people fear that it might be part of a politically motivated attack, part of a security crisis that took place. This was the first response of any of the people that I spoke to. Frankly, the explosion itself, this massive mushroom cloud, this pink plume of smoke that sort of, that sort of erupted was extremely shocking. It did look like something of a massive attack of sorts. It was incredibly devastating. I have witnessed power bombs and attacks in Beirut in my life, but this was something completely different.
And that immediate response, an assumption, because tensions high ahead of the verdict in the trial over the killing of the ex-Prime Minister this week.
Yes, most people thought that this was linked to the trial on Friday. Many people are anticipating lots of tensions to rear up, civil strife on the streets between parties of different political parties. This is what people have been fearing for Friday and perhaps the corresponding days. That was the first thought that came to people's minds who I spoke to following the explosion. It might just end up being mismanagement or malfunction. We don't know yet. But it definitely increased existing tensions regarding Friday because there is suspect that this might be linked to some sort of politically motivated attack, even though there is no confirmation on the matter, but this is what's running through many people's minds right now.
In terms of the immediate vicinity where this took place, just describe for us what it is, what is there, and then further out, because we have seen, and as you have described and our colleagues have described, the damage spreads far and wide.
Absolutely. So the Beirut port is located very close to the downtown district. This is where Parliament is. This is where cabinet meets. This is where many embassies are. And this is very close to the downtown district where hundreds of thousands of Lebanese flooded the streets in a popular uprising last fall and winter. This is, this is the central district of the area. It's also very close to a major highway where lots of Lebanese people commute to and from the capital every single day. And the explosion took place at around rush hour as well. It is a very busy area. It is where lots of economic activity took place, but more importantly, it's where lots of people gather, especially for that period of time.
Well, the Lebanese health minister has said that at least 50 people have been killed and 2,700 people injured after a huge explosion rocked downtown Beirut in the port area of the Lebanese capital today, flattening much of that port, damaging buildings and blowing out windows and doors for miles around, with a giant mushroom cloud rising above the capital. Hospitals have been inundated with wounded, overwhelmed by the numbers, appealing for people to go further afield to seek medical treatment. Many still trapped inside buildings. A country already broken by a financial crisis, economic collapse, and the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, a perfect storm ahead of this explosion tonight. The Lebanese Prime Minister has described it as a big catastrophe and that those responsible will pay, calling for a day of mourning tomorrow for those who have died and been injured in this explosion in Beirut.
Lebanese Prime Minister says issues with port warehouse known since 2014, from Michael Safi. Lebanon's Prime Minister, Hassan Diab, has just addressed the country on television. He declared Wednesday a national day of mourning for the victims of the explosion. The warehouse that authorities claim was the source of the blast had been the subject of warnings going back since 2014, he said. He would reveal facts about the warehouse soon, he said, but does not want to preempt an investigation. And as we mentioned earlier, there's a reporting that suggests that a large quantity of explosive material that had been confiscated years ago was being stored where the explosion happened. All right, give me a shout if you're hearing updates at Lookner on Twitter. I'm going to check some other sources here to see if there are any updates. Let's see. Here is a post from Lizzie Porter. Huge explosion at Beirut port. This is a scene in a district about a mile away. We heard an enormous sound like a roll of thunder, and then the whole apartment shook, and there was a huge explosion that knocked me backwards. That's a mile away. She says, light fading here in Beirut and smoke rising above buildings. We're about a mile away from the port here, and none of the buildings have windows left intact. That's a mile away. Where is the... Give me 1 second here. Oh, I just saw something that wasn't good about firefighters being missing. That's not good. I had heard something about that earlier. So, look at this. Marwan Aboud, this is Michael Safi of The Guardian. Marwan Aboud, the governor of Beirut, has arrived at the site of the explosion, where he broke down in tears while speaking to reporters. He tells a Lebanese journalist he's there to search for firefighters who were on site fighting the fire that broke out before the explosion. They came to fight the fire, and then they vanished. We don't know where they are. We're here to look for them. Wow, that's terrible. Just awful. That also reminds you of 9/11 too. Sad. Just sad. Okay. Sorry, just trying to get you the latest updates here.
A resident in the city of Nicosia reported that the house shook. The Lebanese Prime Minister has described the blast as a catastrophe, and the port of Beirut has been virtually flattened. A civil defense official on the scene of the blast has said his men had evacuated dozens to hospitals and that there were still bodies inside the port, many of them under debris. Army helicopters have been battling raging fires at the port, whilst residents in neighbouring areas have watched on as smoke billows over the city. Windows have been shattered and buildings destabilised. It's been confirmed at least 50 people have died and thousands have been injured. Our Middle East news editor, Zain Jafar, has been in Beirut near the site of the explosion.
Well, we're now in a neighbourhood in Beirut called Jumaisi. Jumaisi is a very popular neighbourhood, very densely packed, lots of residential homes, but also shops and restaurants and cafes. And let me just give you a sense of the scale of the destruction. I'm not sure how much you can see, but if we walk along here, if my cameraman Sandy just walks forward and shows you all across the floor here, you have slabs of concrete, the frames of doors. I don't know if you can see that building has had, it looks like some sort of business here, local business, that's had its windows completely blown out. And even further up, these are apartment blocks here. I'm not sure how much you're seeing again, but the windows completely blown out, the infrastructure, the facade of the building very heavily damaged. And look down here at the amount of glass, the amount of debris, the amount of destruction that has been caused by this explosion. This location must be no more than maybe 500 or 600 meters away from where this huge explosion took place. And it is so terribly devastated. Ambulances have been coming past here non-stop for the last 10 or 15 minutes. Cars over here you can see have been destroyed with bits of metal, what looks like street lamps or some sort of metal pole here that's gone through the back of this car, the windows of cars blown wide open. And this is something that you see neighborhood after neighborhood, residential area after residential area. Even though the explosion took place in what is an industrial area near the port, or in the port of Beirut, surrounding that area, there are thousands, tens of thousands of homes, businesses, local shops, all of which, just taking a very brief glance here, have been destroyed, and that gives you a scale of just how severe, how serious this explosion was.
Well, let's speak now to Sky's Middle East correspondent, Mark Stone. And Mark, as Zain was demonstrating there, this really has been the most extraordinarily devastating blast. So what do we know at the moment about what happened?
Well, nothing official has been confirmed, but everything appears to be pointing at this stage towards this being some sort of an extraordinary industrial accident. The incident itself, as Zain described, took place north of where he was talking from there, in the port area itself, the industrial area of the port. There is a military section of the port, but that is further to the west. This particular area is where cargo ships come and go. There are large silos there, big, huge white buildings. And from the footage that we've seen and that you've seen there, it appears as though the initial fire began in one of those buildings, and then a subsequent much, much larger, I mean, just an extraordinary explosion took place in one of those silo buildings. Now, there are various theories, and there are some more confirmed views about what happened. The security ministry in Lebanon, a security official, is saying that it's one belief that this was sodium nitrate or some other chemical that ignited and then caused this huge explosion. There is a suggestion that up to a year ago, a consignment of chemicals was confiscated from an incoming cargo ship, and that those chemicals were then stored there. I mean, if that is the case, and they were that flammable, for them to be stored in a port which is right next to the downtown area of Beirut, is just an extraordinary decision to make. But that is one suggestion, and that was what ignited. Initially, people talked about fireworks, a firework consignment that had come into the port. The explosion looked far, far too big for that. And then there are the other conspiracy theories, which I think at this stage at least, taken at face value, we can somewhat discount. The suggestion that Israel might have been responsible. Israel and Lebanon, of course, foes for many, many decades. Israel wants to do what it can to dismantle Hezbollah, the militant Shia wing of the militant group within Lebanon. So was Israel somehow responsible for this? Did they think that there was a Hezbollah military facility there? I think the answer where we are tonight is no. The Israeli foreign minister has said there is no reason not to believe the Lebanese account that this was an accident. That on its own is significant because Israel usually never confirms or denies whether it's been involved in something. It's very elusive in its...
You guys want to see the live on the ground, that bottom right, or the news better, like it is now?
Basically saying this was not Israel, and other security sources in Israel are saying the same thing to me tonight. Hezbollah has also said it has had none of its weapons facilities destroyed. So if you take those facts at face value, combine them with the location of this blast,
the fact that the smoke was white, not black, which experts in pyrotechnics and in explosives suggests it was some sort of not a military grade explosive. The suggestion tonight is that this was a tragic accident, but one which a country like Lebanon simply will really struggle to cope with.
Well, yes, and it comes at a bad time for Lebanon too, doesn't it? Both economically and politically.
Lebanon's on its knees, no doubt about it. It is going through the most acute economic crisis in its history, and it is at the moment in deep negotiations with the International Monetary Fund to try and get a bailout. And this crisis, the economic crisis, is manifesting itself with a shortage of medicine in hospitals that are clearly having to deal with coronavirus, and now a huge number of injured people as a consequence of what's happened today. There is only an average of 2 hours electricity in Beirut in every 24 hours, state electricity that is. So the backdrop to today's disaster is a country that is already in a really, really terrible state. And just to give you one sense and one final thought, there is only one major port in Lebanon. Lebanon imports most of its products that it needs are imported. The grain storage facility to feed people who are now, before this crisis, were really struggling to feed themselves. The grain storage facility has been completely destroyed by today's explosion. So the difficulties going forward for this country will be even more difficult now. And of course, the details of what happened, why it happened, that will come out in the hours and days ahead, I'm sure.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. And as Mark was saying there, still a lot of details still to come in on the number of casualties here and the number of injured. We are getting word, though, from Beirut and the Foreign Office saying that a small number of staff at the UK Embassy in Beirut have sustained what they describe as non-life-threatening injuries in the explosion and, where necessary, are receiving medical attention. But they do say that no embassy staff have been killed. Well, let's take you to Beirut now. We can speak to Abby Cheeseman, who's a freelance journalist there. Abby, thank you so much for talking to us tonight. First of all, where were you when this happened? What was your experience of this enormous blast?
Yeah, so I was in my flat in Beirut, just down the road from where Zain was reporting just a minute ago. And so a friend had tweeted saying that there was an explosion at the port. The LA Times correspondent, I kind of was at my window. I have a kind of a side view to the port. Within a few minutes, I was very fortunate that I was stood in the middle of my flat and away from windows. But yeah, within a few minutes, the enormous explosion blew in all of the windows in my flat, all of the doors. Everything smashed, everything came off the walls. Complete panic, and there was a very, very loud rumbling sound ahead. And as Mark was saying a second ago, we've now, kind of acknowledged that this is a tragic accident, and that, these chemicals probably, if it is down to the chemicals, they shouldn't have been left at the port this long, but it's likely not an Israeli attack. But you have to imagine that amid heightened tensions between Hezbollah and Israel,
that bottom right picture,
an explosion,
that is live right there.
With that level of rumbling above,
there's someone on the ground, and
that was the instant.
You can see the crews trying to get in there, and it's just
in my building.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just a damn.
I left my flat.
It's a mess.
A
real bad one. But trying, it looks
filled
like.
With smoke and dirt. I got outside and people were screaming. It was covered in blood, and just people running towards their cars at full pace to try and get out of Beirut. All of the major roads out of Beirut and up towards the mountains were completely blocked. You have to remember the Lebanese. It's in recent memory, the civil war. They've been through their fair share of catastrophe in this country, and they know what it's like to escape it and to get out of Beirut. And that was all of the scenes that you were seeing. All of the cars had windows smashed out, just heading to the highway with children screaming and blood across their faces. And the level of destruction in the tiny residential area that I lived in was enormous. Balconies were being ripped down. trees laying across streets. The casualty toll now at the moment stands at 2,700 injured, but we're expecting it to sharply keep rising given the level of destruction that this caused.
Well, a hugely shocking incident for you to experience, so we appreciate you talking to us so soon after it's happened. Give us an idea of how far away your flat is then from the port, and to give us a sense of just how far this devastation has reached across the city.
Of course. So my flat is around 1 kilometre from the port. So yeah, really not that far. And I'm on the top floor of a 5-story building. So the smashes came across the balcony and through the flats. But even on the ground level, my car was completely smashed in. And I think an important thing to note as well is that we were in coronavirus lockdown for the last week, and we were having a kind of strange 2-day break from lockdown. So the bars around downtown Beirut that I had walked past just an hour before were fairly full, which is again much closer to the port than a few hundred meters closer to the port than I was. So the level of destruction, and it's no wonder the casualty tolls are going to keep rising, that it was a busy back to normal day and not a lockdown day, which may explain the levels of injury that we've seen of people walking down the street and being hit by all of this enormous flying debris of balconies being torn down.
And given the fact that the casualty level may well go very high, as you say, already they're saying more than 2,700 people injured, and as you mentioned, coronavirus as well, do you believe that Lebanon's hospitals can cope?
Absolutely not. So Lebanon's hospitals were basically already overwhelmed. So the public hospitals have been leading the coronavirus response, and they are chronically underfunded and were basically at capacity for the critical number of patients that they could take for coronavirus. The private hospitals make up 85% of the healthcare system out here. And as it's been previously mentioned in this report, the economic crisis has all but collapsed every aspect of Lebanese society, and the private hospitals are on the verge of closing anyway, before we have this mass casualty incident that is seeing them completely overwhelmed. And it's not even the severe number of casualties, but also local hospital, the ER was blown in the blast, and hospitals are treating casualties in the car park. So medics who are already pulling 24-hour shifts because there aren't enough doctors in this country, are completely overwhelmed. And the hospitals, as I say, were at capacity and barely able to function as it was, let alone before a mass casualty incident as severe as this.
Well, Abby Cheeseman, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk us through your experience of that blast. It's good to see you safe and well, but thank you very much indeed for joining us tonight. Well, reaction to the explosion in Beirut is bound to feature in tomorrow's newspapers, of course, and we'll be taking our first look at the front pages in our press previews tonight at 10:30 and 11:30 with the CEO of the New Economics Foundation, Miata Farnbele, and the political journalist Isabel Oakeshott. You're watching Sky News. Do stay with us. Coming up, an explosion in Beirut has killed at least 50 and injured thousands. We'll have more live next.
Wow. But when there's other angles where that initial cloud, it looks like that wave destroys a bunch of things. Unbelievable. And then I haven't seen this one yet either. This is from FJ as well. Looks like a warehouse also went up in explosions. I think that might be after the first explosion, before the second explosion. My guess is a few seconds after this video, that's when you see the second explosion. Unbelievable. All right, let me just see if there's any updates on this. Okay. David Daoud, LBCI, Lebanon News. Preliminary information from security sources speak of 2,700 tons of seized ammonium in Beirut port exploded in course of welding small opening to prevent theft. Again, I have no idea if this is true, but LBCI Lebanon News is reporting preliminary information from security sources speak of 2,700 tons of seized ammonium. We heard a report earlier of ammonium nitrate in Beirut port exploded in course of welding small opening to prevent theft. I would not be surprised if this is some sort of accident. I mean, you know, just looking at it. So we'll see. But that's from LBCI News. That's a lot. You know, the Oklahoma City bombing used ammonium nitrate. We looked up that before. And that was, where is building the bomb? For the Oklahoma City bombing, each filled barrel weighed nearly 500 pounds, and there were 13 barrels. So that's about 3 tons. And some of that was ammonium nitrate, I guess. Just eyeballing it. Did it say how much ammonium nitrate was in there? Let's see. Anyways, so that's a lot. The total weight of the Oklahoma City bomb of the explosives, I guess barrels or whatever, was 7,000 pounds, which is 3 tons. How about the West Texas explosion? West Fertilizer Company explosion in West Texas. That was an ammonium nitrate explosion. 15 people were killed. And what was... that company stored 240 tons of ammonium nitrate and 55 tons of anhydrous ammonia. federal law in the U.S. requires whenever anyone has more than 1 ton of ammonium nitrate on hand, or 400 pounds, if the ammonium nitrate is combined with chemical material, they need to notify the government. So I don't know exactly, I haven't read this and don't know exactly what exploded, but if it's true that we're talking about 2,700 tons of seized ammonium or ammonium nitrate, that is a lot. But I don't know if that's true. Again, the explosion caused, we heard multiple reports saying the explosion caused a 4.5 reading earthquake, 4.5 magnitude seismic reading. Ooh, look, hang on a second. Update. AntKit Panda. Michael Downey, who does work for New York Times and BBC, video journalist and producer. Lebanon's health minister telling those who can leave Beirut should, that the remnants of the explosion can have long-term deadly effects. A reminder, this is in the midst of a total economic collapse in Lebanon when over half of Lebanese are below the poverty line. And there's a pandemic going on. This does not bode well. It's still early and it's possible the health minister is erring on the side of caution, but this guidance would imply expectations of persistent hazardous atmospheric byproducts from the explosion. That's from AntKit Panda. Again, Michael Downey, who I guess I'm not familiar with him, but AntKit Panda I follow. So apparently, AntKit Panda finds this reliable enough to post. Lebanon's health minister telling those who can leave Beirut should, that the remnants of the explosion can have long-term deadly effects. Then AntKit Panda posted this: evidence that the blast has spread nitrogen oxides as far as southern Syria. Rifai. Explosion smoke clouds from the Beirut explosion just reached Damascus now. A friend sent me these pictures taken from Yafor earlier. Now, just to give you a sense of the distance between Damascus and Beirut, no, we don't want to go there, we want to do this. There's Beirut, and let's get, there's Beirut and there's Damascus. So distance. A couple hundred miles. Oh no, actually, sorry, 50 miles. 50 miles, sorry. It's about 50 miles away. Damascus to Beirut. So reports of what AntKit Panda calls nitrogen oxides. That's what the sky looks like. Sorry, the pictures are basically what they are. You can reach me at Lookner on Twitter. Sorry, I'm just checking for some more updates here. Oh, look, hold on. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Michael Downey, who, video journalist, producer, and photographer working across the Middle East, head of LAU hospital, is calling for evacuation of Beirut due to the hazardous materials in the air from explosion. Again, head of LAU hospital. Now, this is a source who Ankit Panda, who I follow, considers reliable. Head of LAU hospital is calling for evacuation of Beirut due to hazardous materials in the air from explosion. Unbelievable. What's the population of Beirut? Let's see. Population. 361,000 people, with the broader metro area being 2.2 million. I don't know if he means if the evacuation is just, that's being called for is just for, that's being recommended by this head of a hospital, is it just the city area? Oh, 50 killed and 3,000 injured, according to Ayman Moyadeen. 50 killed and 3,000 injured. So I will update this. Hang on a second. Okay, hang on one sec, guys. Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second here. Hang on 1 second here. Guys, I just need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I will come right back and we will continue our live coverage in 1 minute. Okay, we are back. We are back. So we're covering this huge explosion in Beirut that happened at about 6 p.m. local time at the port in the port of Beirut, and the local time there right now is 11:35. So about 5.5 hours ago, this happened. And hang on one second here. Just bring you the latest updates. We just been hearing this information. Michael Downey has been saying he's been hearing, he said Lebanon's health minister telling those who can leave Beirut should, that the remnants of the explosion can have long-term deadly effects. And then he also said he had heard head of LAU hospital is calling for evacuation of Beirut due to the hazardous materials in the air from explosion. So this is, we just started hearing about this kind of report in the last few minutes. Richard Hall says people in Beirut are going to bed tonight in homes with no windows, no electricity, and no one coming to help. So is there now some sort of, hazardous chemicals in the air? That's a whole other thing to worry about now. All right, I'm checking for some updates here. Alexander Marquardt retweeted this in Beirut. David Kenner, like a hurricane originated in the middle of our apartment. He says we were not there at the time. That's Beirut. Hang on. That's their apartment. Joyce Karam says, questions will be asked about why explosives are stored at a port that's the lifeline for the country. As damages get assessed and Beirutis sleep in glassless houses tonight, it's the dysfunctional governance that has to be addressed and is behind today's tragedy. Incredibly sad day. So again, we've heard reporting, including from government officials, suggesting that the explosion was due to, involved many tons of some sort of explosive material that had been confiscated years ago and was being stored at the port of Beirut. Perhaps ammonium nitrate. Yeah, we've been telling you about this report from a Lebanese news agency. Ooh, hold on a second here. Oh, wow. First of all, BNO News just posted this from Stephen Nabil. Shockwave hits during mass in Beirut. From BNO News and Stephen Nabil. Yeah, look, Recep Soylu, preliminary security information talks about 2,700 tons of confiscated ammonia in the Beirut port that exploded during the process of welding a small hole to prevent theft. We heard that report below. Oh, 70 dead and more than 3,700 wounded. From Recep Soylu. He's with Middle East Eye. He's hearing 70 dead and more than 3,700 wounded. Let me see if I can find that report anywhere else. He's the first one I've seen to report 70 dead. Oh, David Daoud posted this. He said 2,700 tons doesn't seem like a typo because it has it on its... Because he had the report here 2,700 and here 2,700. I'm trying to find some other report about the 70 dead. I would not be surprised, but I haven't heard. I'm looking for some more. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yes. 70 dead. Al Jazeera breaking. $70 killed and more than 3,700 injured. Wow. Terrible. Just terrible. Condolences to all the families of those who died and thoughts with everybody in Beirut. It's just awful. More than 3,700 injured. Okay, let's see here. Oh, FJ says, this is nuts. He found a source. Now, I'm not sure. He's found a source that says Lebanese authorities were storing 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate at the Beirut port since 2013. That is consistent with other reports we're hearing. Hashem Yashin found a document which says a vessel with 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate entered the Beirut port. The port authorities discharged the cargo onto the port's warehouses. So we're hearing multiple reports suggesting that 2,700 tons, around 2,700 tons of ammonium or ammonium nitrate was being stored at that port. Here's another report about injuries. Lebanese Ministry of Health says at least 67 killed and more than 3,500 injured. We've heard some different reports. That's from Nafisa Kanavart. JAR says the numbers are going to rise. Shockwave was extreme. Okay, in case you haven't seen it, I'll just go over a couple of the videos of the explosion. And one of the most instructive ones I've seen is this one posted by FJ, which this seems to show both explosions. So there was an initial explosion. And then about 30 seconds later, there was the insanely huge explosion. So this is the only video I've seen which seems to show both of them. So let's watch this first. So that gives you a sense of, again, the first explosion. Looks like maybe fireworks going on off in the explosion there. We've heard a government official say fireworks might have been involved in some sense in this. But you see right at the end there. So that's that one. And then we've shown you this one as well. Here's another one. FJ at NatSecJeff is doing a great job posting videos. Also, this is from Conflicts, CNW. Just amazing. Okay, there's that one, and we'll show you this one here from Michael Horowitz. That's after the first explosion. This is actually probably right after the first explosion. You know why? Because you can see the cloud getting bigger. So I didn't realize that. Though that looks pretty soon after the first explosion. No, it's actually not. This is not as soon as the other one. Because the other video has more time between the first and second explosion. But that looks pretty, this looks pretty soon after the first explosion. Look at this. Okay. So we're bringing you live updates. Hey, I just want to say a quick thanks to our moderators. Thanks so much to our moderators. We have our YouTube moderators, Erstazi and Sarah, John M. in our YouTube chat. They're all there. Uchi Kabbalah. Thanks to all of them. Danny James, Mark Helton. Also our Periscope moderators like Misha and Linda Belk. Misha, by the way, says there's nowhere to evacuate to. The borders are closed. Heat is insane. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I want to check the weather in Beirut. That's a good idea. Sharon Craig has been moderating there in our Periscope chat. Thank you. And our other Periscope moderators, Linda Belk, our Facebook moderators, such as Kimberly Peterson, Courtney Lane, Shay Durner, Joe Serino, Dan Lindquist, Josh Tompkins, Ann Remington, Denise Fredrickson, and Connolly and Smoke are moderating in Twitch right now. Thanks so much. Big concern about, is there some sort of toxic stuff in the air now in Beirut? That is a big question. Oh, let's see what the Beirut weather is. Uh, 82 degrees right now. I assume a lot of people don't have power. 82 now. And you can see it doesn't get that cold at night. 82 low 79, 86 low 79, 87 low 80. So it stays warm at night there. This is Fahrenheit. Celsius is here. But not much difference between daytime and nighttime temperatures there. It's currently nighttime there. It's currently about midnight. Okay. What is this? No. We saw that one. Oh, HMB sent me this. I hadn't seen this yet. B&O is saying they're hearing 73 dead, more than 3,700 injured. So I will update that. Just horrific. As I reported earlier, according to a government official, there were firefighters who had gone to the scene to fight the first, to deal with the first explosion, who are missing in the second explosion. They must have gotten there pretty fast, because the second explosion wasn't too far after the first one. Hopefully not that many made it there. Oh. Hector sent me this Heshmat Alavi. They posted a video, and I want to just see of a compilation. Some of these we haven't seen. Let me just go through here. What's this one? This one right here. Hold on. What's this one? I don't know if we saw that one before. That one right there. Okay. And I got to make sure. Yeah, this one I don't think we saw before. The car driving down the street. Look at that. Wow. We saw this one already. I just want to make sure I can see what's on these ones. We saw that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. Yeah, I think we got the ones that we hadn't seen before off of that one. I don't know that we saw this first one that Heshmat Alavi posted. This first one.
Whoa!
Let's see here. Okay, Treadwell sent me some information about ammonium nitrate. We should actually look that up. Now, I have no idea. I'm not a chemist, so for all I know, I have no idea if this was ammonium nitrate, but if it did explode, might after it explodes and it's in the air, it pose a different risk than if it's just in its normal stored form. One second here. So I don't know if there's any kind of, you can see here PB. Ammonium nitrate has moderate toxicity if it's swallowed. If it's not classified as hazardous according to criteria. A high misconcentration of airborne material may cause irritation to nose and upper respiratory tract. Symptoms may include coughing and sore throat. But I don't know what happens if it explodes and gets in the air. This is from CSBP. If it explodes and gets in the air, could that end up creating a different situation, you know? Risk of explosion if heated under confinement. Contact with acids liberates toxic gas. Ammonium nitrate swallowed presents moderate toxicity unless large amounts are ingested. Large amounts give large to gastrointestinal irritation with symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Large amounts may also cause dilation of blood vessels by direct smooth muscle relaxation and excessive conversion of hemoglobin to blankety blank, which is incapable of binding and carrying oxygen. Symptoms of large amounts that are swallowed include dizziness, abdominal pain, vomiting, bloody diarrhea, weakness, convulsions, and collapse. Now that's large amounts that are swallowed, but I don't know if there's an explosion and it's in the air. If you're breathing it in, could you end up ingesting? Could you end up taking a large amount of it in your body because it's in the air? I do not know. And we don't even know for sure that that's what caused it, but there are reports that there was ammonium nitrate in the port. Stored in the port. Thanks, Kay Treadwell, for reminding me to look that up. Oh, I don't think we saw this one yet. DP sent me this. I don't think we saw this one. Prinz Banu posted this one. Oh, sorry. I want to I'm going to stop it after the explosion. It looks like somebody fell down after. So let's just stop it right after the explosion. Right there. Yeah, somebody fell down, and then they show people. Hang on. Yeah, there's somebody on the ground, but he's moving, and then people walk into, at the end, I didn't look at the end, then they show people walking into like a hallway. But the person on the ground is moving. Yeah. I don't see any blood or anything. But let me just show you this again, just the explosion part. Wow. That was, thank you, Bonnie and, DP sent this to me. Hang on. You can reach me at Lookner on Twitter. Bellingcat, which does open source intelligence, says, despite claims of explosions at several locations, we only identified a single location in open sources, a warehouse in Beirut's docks, at this location. We believe other reports were simply a result of the magnitude of the primary explosion. Oh, let me guys, hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news. There are reports of toxic gases. Travel State Department. And I hadn't seen this yet. Anna Ehrenheim retweeted this. Travel State Department. We are closely following reports of an explosion at or near the port of Beirut on August 4th. There are reports of toxic gases released in the explosion, so all in the area should wear masks if available. She says toxic gases make sense if 2,700 tons of nitrate exploded. That's from the U.S. State Department. All in the area should stay indoors and wear masks if available, but a lot of people don't have windows anymore. All right, hang on a second. Again, 73 dead, 3,700, at least 3,700 people injured. Oh, hey, hold on a second. Update. Where is this from? Okay. This is Timur Azhari. Timur Azhari, who's with Al Jazeera English. Lebanon General Security Chief says that 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate were in Beirut's port on their way to Africa. They exploded. Now, I have no idea. I don't know if this is true, but it's Lebanon General Security Chief. But we're hearing multiple reports of 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate, as some viewers pointed out, was used in the Oklahoma City bombs. And also in Oklahoma City bombing, and also in the huge West Texas explosion, which I think was 2013. But that is from Timur Azhari with Al Jazeera English. We have heard this report that Beirut explosion damaged a UN ship, and this says badly injured crew. We heard that some of the ship crew was injured. This says badly injured crew from AFP. David Daoud says, Lebanese Prime Minister Hassan Diab says necessary to declare state of emergency in Beirut for 2 weeks. I don't know what state of emergency would involve. Does that involve, is that related to possibly toxic chemicals in the air? I do not know. Oh, let's look at Bellingcat. What just blew up in Beirut? This is they do really good open source intelligence works where they figure out what happened based on information that's publicly available. Okay, where did it occur? We talked about this. They basically geolocated the explosion area. There's the tall building right there at the port. Nothing in open source videos suggested the explosion was on a ship or in an airstrike. Multiple images and videos show a warehouse on fire and several smaller explosions shortly before a gigantic detonation. Okay. In the video above, the epicenter of the blast appears to be a warehouse on the dock. Some users, right here they say, some users on social media have referred to this as Warehouse 12. Oops, sorry. Some users on social media have referred to this as Warehouse 12. Note that the Beirut port silos to the west do not appear. Beirut port silos does not appear to be the initial source of this detonation. Let's see. Fine. What caused the explosion? There has been some speculation about the cause of the blast. Notable features of this explosion include a reddish cloud and a large number of small flashes visible in the fire before the large explosion. Some local media accounts claim that explosive material had been improperly stored at this location. However, those tweets were later deleted. Others pointed to a large shipment of ammonium nitrate that may have been offloaded at the docks several years ago. At this point in time, there is no clear indication of what may have been the primary cause of this blast. We can say it was almost certainly not a nuclear detonation. The shock wave appears to have reached Cyprus. Seismic monitoring data at various locations identified a blip at this time and a 3.5. This says 3.5. We heard other reports saying 4.5. This says a 3.5 magnitude earthquake was registered in Beirut. Jeffrey Lewis, a nuclear weapons expert, concurred with preliminary and rough calculations this explosion could have been equivalent to around 240 tons of TNT. Needless to say, he emphasized this is a very rough calculation. Let's see here. Here he is. I think I already found. Nice thread estimating 240 tons TNT based on the blast damage. Numbers like this are very approximate and will be revised with better data, but it's a good to have an order of magnitude estimate. So he's saying there's an estimate that the blast power was equivalent to 240 tons of TNT. Due to the fire and smaller explosions, many people in Beirut would have been standing by windows recording the scene. That is true. As the blast hit, many of these people would have been hit by flying glass, including by their own shattered windows. It is therefore unsurprising that hospitals appear to be overwhelmed. That's a really good point. This explosion is one more of a layer of misery on a country suffering under severe economic conditions, inflation, and frequent power cuts. No doubt there will now be a large amount of interest about exactly what was stored in the warehouse and why something so dangerous was being stored so close to the center of such a bustling city. So I'm going to post this because I think that is a good point about people standing near their windows and then being hurt by glass. Due to the fire and smaller explosions, many people in Beirut would have been standing by windows recording the scene. As the blast hit, many of these people would have been hit by flying glass, including their own shattered windows. I'm going to post that. It's a good article from Bellingcat. Oh, hold on a second. What does this say? David Daoud. DGSG Security denies statement. This is a government official. Denies statement attributed to its chief that ammonium shipment was 2,700 tons. So the security department in Lebanon denies statement attributed to its chief that ammonium shipment was 2,700 tons. Here's another compilation video. This is from Barzan Sadiq. Oh, this is a video of a mall. Look at this. Farzan Sadiq says loss is estimated at millions of dollars. Of course, yeah. Look at this. Let's see here. Wow. Wow. Seamus Malakafzali. 1% of the entire population of the city has been injured. That's true. The population's around 380,000. 1% of the entire population of the city has been injured, and that number is expected to rise. Unbelievable. It was about 6 p.m. when this happened, around 6 p.m. Live UA map says they calculate if it was 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, that would be equivalent to 2 kilotons of TNT. So we'll have to see. We saw an estimate of a couple hundred tons of TNT based on the damage equivalent. Live UA Map Middle East posted this. Lebanese Prime Minister, I will not rest until we find the person responsible for what happened. A shipment of ammonium nitrate estimated at 2,750 tons has been present in a warehouse without taking necessary security measures. We've been hearing that report. I don't think he said I don't know if the Prime Minister said this, but we've been hearing a report about this 2,700 tons or so. Right here. Lebanon General Security Chief claimed that 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate were in Beirut's port on their way to Africa. They exploded. But then the security department there denied the statement. All right, let's just, again, in case you're just joining us and you missed it, let's just show you about 6 hours ago or so, these explosions happened. Well, one really large explosion after a smaller explosion. The best video I've seen which shows both explosions is posted by FJ. Right here. This is the one that appears to show both explosions. About 30 seconds apart. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then just a couple more in case you haven't seen them. This is from CNW. We posted from Ali Al-Janabi, sorry. Also this one gives you a good sense of the explosion. This one as well. Oh no, I wanted to show you this one. Is that the one? Hold on. No, we already showed you that one. Where is the other one I wanted to show you? Right here. From Michael Horowitz. Not clear if there were fireworks involved. There's looked like maybe fireworks going on between the first and second explosion, fireworks exploding. That one. Then here's a close-up video Michael Horowitz posted that showed fireworks going off. So don't know if it's fireworks or something else going off. And here's this one, we showed you this before, from Bizan Faki. All right, so we're trying to bring you the we're trying to bring you the latest updates on this. Just see if there's some more. Hold on a second here. BBC breaking news. Lebanese president blames 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate left in warehouse unchecked for 6 years for devastating Beirut blast. BBC. Prime Minister, unacceptable that 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate be in that warehouse. The Prime Minister said it was unacceptable that 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate were being stored in a warehouse for 6 years. The hospitals are reportedly overwhelmed. We've seen multiple reports of that. You can actually see here, BBC, all hospitals in Beirut overwhelmed. Okay, hold on a second. Here's an update from Mona Fawaz, professor of urban studies and planning at American University of Beirut. The American University of Beirut Aerosol Research Lab reports air quality indicators have returned to normal levels in Beirut following a sharp rise observed between the hours of 6 and 7 p.m. today. Okay? So David Dowd retweeted this. 6 p.m. is when the explosion happened. So Mona Fawaz is a professor of urban studies and planning. And she says that air quality indicators have returned to normal levels in Beirut following a sharp rise observed between the hours of 6 and 7 today. She actually posted this: current air pollution levels at AUB particulate matter. So you can, I just retweeted this thread if you want to check that out. David Daoud had tweeted that out. Ayman Moyadeen says, tonight people in Beirut are going to sleep in shattered homes during a deadly pandemic with a collapsing economy led by corrupt politicians, surrounded by countries that have attacked and threatened them, in a world that has abandoned them and their refugees. They deserve better. The economy there is terrible. Samantha Schmidt says, crisis-stricken Lebanon in the throes of financial and economic collapse is in no position to cope with another disaster, especially on this scale. This says at least 63 dead and more than 3,000 injured. Senior officials, Washington Post, senior officials said it appeared a flammable material stored in a warehouse had caught fire. An earlier, a smaller explosion had apparently ignited a fire. Then came 2 secondary blasts, propelling a vast mushroom cloud of pink and yellow smoke over the city. Hospitals were overwhelmed by the number of injuries. One said it had received over 500 injured people in the first hours after the blast. For more than an hour after the explosion, people with blood streaming down their faces or limbs wandered the streets, trying to find a way of reaching hospitals on roads too clogged with traffic and debris for ambulances and taxis to move. Wow. One thing that was clear is that crisis-stricken Lebanon, in the throes of a major financial and economic collapse and battling rising numbers of coronavirus infections, is in no position to cope with another disaster, especially on this scale. At least 2 hospitals were badly damaged in the explosions. And TV footage showed staff evacuating patients to alternative hospitals that were themselves swamped, in the dark because the city had no electricity. Yikes. Terrible. No electricity. Many residents lost their homes, especially in the majority Christian eastern part of the city closest to the blast. Now, where are they going to go? During a pandemic. In the neighborhood of Jemez, once a vibrant nightlife district, buildings collapsed, cars were overturned, and the streets were blocked by piles of masonry and twisted metal. The damage was spread across a wide arc. Windows were blown out and check-in counters were damaged at Beirut's airport, several miles from the explosion. Doors were blown open and windows rattled at the U.S. Embassy more than 6 miles away. 6 miles away. I have to post that. Buildings collapsed and cars were overturned in the neighborhood of Grenada. Oh, we already read that already. Okay, that's from Washington Post. Unbelievable. And again, this statement from the Lebanese Prime Minister that there was a shipment, that there was a presence of a shipment of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate for 6 years in Beirut port without precautionary procedures. The hazards and dangers of ammonium nitrate. Nortec Labs. It's an important component of many fertilizer mixtures. It provides a source of nitrogen to plants, which increases growth and crop yields. Also, small quantities of ammonium nitrate are also sold as an additive for mining, explosives, and other non-agricultural uses. Ammonium nitrate rating is non-flammable. A fire from ammonium nitrate is very unlikely, but it is a strong oxidizing agent that can cause combustible materials such as wood, paper, and oil to ignite. Only under extreme conditions of heat and pressure in a confined space will ammonium nitrate explode. Should such an incident occur, there may be a visible cloud of ammonia, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. So this says ammonium nitrate will only explode under extreme conditions of heat and pressure in a confined space. Maybe that's where it was. Maybe, remember, there were 2 explosions. So maybe the first explosion didn't involve ammonium nitrate, but it ended up creating, heat and pressure where ammonium nitrate was being stored. Because the big explosion was the second explosion. Live science. What causes fertilizer explosions? Ammonium nitrate has a potentially lethal downside. If it comes into contact with an open flame, If it comes into contact with an open flame or other ignition source, it explodes violently. The explosive force occurs when solid ammonium nitrate decomposes very rapidly into 2 gases, nitrous oxide and water vapor. The deadliest industrial accident in U.S. history occurred in the port of Texas City, Texas in 1947. A carelessly tossed cigarette started a fire aboard a ship carrying about 2,300 tons of ammonium nitrate. When the chemical exploded, it caused a blast powerful enough to knock people on the ground 10 miles away. Also, the fertilizer was packed into a rented truck and used by terrorists in the Oklahoma City bombing. Ammonium nitrate was also used in the 2002 nightclub bombing in Bali, in the 2011 Oslo bombing by Anders Breivik, and numerous other terror attacks. Because of its danger and potential use by terrorists, ammonium nitrate is subject to strict regulation in most places. That's from Live Science. Okay, hey, I just want to say a quick thank you to Sharon Smith, L.M. Barlow, and 26 Jordan, and Shijalti Larson for your support. I appreciate it. And thanks to all of our moderators who have been moderating in our chat rooms as we cover this. John M. in our YouTube chat, Sarah, Mark Helton, Ucha Kabbalah, Danny James, our Periscope moderators, like Miss Misha, Linda Belk, Sharon Craig. Any others I might be missing there? Lightning, thank you. Our Facebook moderators, including Kimberly Peterson, Courtney Lane, Denise Fredrickson, Shay Durner, Anna Remington, Joe Serino, Dan Lindquist, Josh Tompkins, and our Twitch moderators, including Connolly, Eliza, and Smoke. Do want to check. Hang on a second here. And I'm not going to show any of them, but I just saw, there's a video I've seen of like a dead body. It's terrible. There are videos of people hurt and killed, but I will not be showing those videos. Oh, okay, hold on a second. I didn't see this before. Look, breaking news. Official statement saying there were 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate at Beirut port. That's from David Daoud. Official statement. He just posted that. David Daoud says this is Mahmoud al-Azmar, Secretary General of Lebanon's Higher Defense Council. Yeah, a ton is 2,000 pounds, as our viewers are saying. Oh, now, this is unfortunate. This is unconfirmed, but we showed this video before of the blast happening right there. We showed this video. Now, Maad Khalaf is claiming that the photographer who shot this died. I don't know if that's the case. I would not be surprised if some of the videos we've seen are from people who got hurt or killed because they're so close. So I can't confirm that information. Oh, another report from David Daoud. Red Cross Secretary General says Beirut hospitals are in a tough position and cannot take in any more wounded. Oh, and here's the statement from United Nations, which says some of their naval peacekeepers were seriously injured. I didn't see the statement before. As a result of a huge explosion that rocked Beirut port this evening, one of the UNFIL ships of the Maritime Task Force in the port was damaged, leaving some UNIFIL naval peacekeepers injured, some of them seriously. Not good. Okay. Oh, FJ is hearing an Australian was killed. I haven't heard anything about that, like confirmation. So we'll see if we hear anything about that. But 73 dead, 3,700 plus injured is at least 3,700 injured is what we've heard so far. What is this? FJ posted this. See, another thing that appears to be going on, I can't tell you the extent of it, but FJ says, video 73 from Beirut, Lebanon, showing ongoing rescue work. There are collapsed buildings there. There very well might be people who are just trapped under rubble and they haven't found them yet, unfortunately. You know, digging through with their hands. Oh, this is interesting. Intel Doge. Lebanon's Minister of Economy and Trade says that wheat stored at Beirut port is now unusable because it has been polluted following the explosion. From Al Jazeera breaking via Intel Doge. And I just want to show this one again. We showed this a little while ago, but this is after the explosion. Just again showing you some of the damage. It's pretty crazy from FJ. Just terrible. Our viewer, Trendio Turkey, sent this to me. It's an Instagram account which has 22,900 followers. Locating victims. We are trying to locate individuals posted on this account. They are likely victims of the Beirut explosion. I can't confirm the site. I mean, what I can say is it has 22,900 followers, and it's just lots of posts from people who are supposedly missing. Now, hopefully these people have been found or will be found. I don't know, it's certainly possible that somebody could be maintaining the site and somebody hears somebody is missing and then they get found. So, that's an account, though, Locate Victims Beirut on Instagram. But that's very sad. And I'm not surprised to see that. So thank you, Trendio, for sending that in. Oh, one Australian has been killed. Cause Effect sent me this. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has confirmed one Australian has been killed. Wouldn't be surprised if people from a lot of countries were killed. At least hurt. Sorry, I'm just checking for some updates here. Yeah, the current time in Beirut right now is well, let me show you something else too. It's 12:39 a.m. This happened about 7 hours ago, around 6 p.m. Janan Musa had posted this Lebanese security source. The massive blast in Beirut was caused by the explosion of tons of ammonium nitrate after a fire nearby spread towards the warehouse where the ammonium nitrate was temporarily stored. Yeah, this certainly this certainly, I would not be surprised if something like this happened, because there was an initial explosion and then a short time later there was a much bigger explosion. So I would not be surprised if there was an initial fire, maybe not caused by ammonium nitrate, and then it just ignited the ammonium nitrate. We saw an article before from a chemical company saying ammonium nitrate can explode if it's kept, if it's exposed to heat and pressure in a confined space. And we've also seen that ammonium nitrate can explode if it's exposed to an ignition source. In terms of how many missing in Beirut, I haven't heard confirmed numbers about how many people are missing. I'm seeing some numbers thrown around, but I haven't really heard reliable numbers. There's a lot of there's a lot of unconfirmed reports. Now, this account, Locate Victims Beirut, they're actually posting more people. They have 23,700 followers now. Very sad, though. So again, let's hope these people get found. Locate Victims Beirut on Instagram. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to show you, let me just quickly just go over really quick, again, for people who maybe haven't seen it. Just what the explosion looked like. Really quick. Just again, this is a video of looks like both explosions, the first and the second from FJ. You know, I just want to repeat that point, a really good point Bellingcat made. Think of how many people in that area were sitting and watching that explosion. Because that first explosion was a big explosion. And so we've seen lots of people were videoing it on their phones. So there must have been all kinds of people who were just standing and watching. And there were probably people who were indoors or not at a window or not looking at the explosion in the area, and then they hear it and then they go to look. So that's going to really increase the number of people who may have been hit by the shock wave, or they're standing by a window and then glass breaks and hits them. But there was enough time between the first and second explosion, and it's a big enough explosion, the first one, for a lot of people to go and look. I mean, I'm sure if you're in the area and you heard it, you'd probably want to go and look and see what it was. So think of all the people who were looking at this. Here's this one that FJ posted as well from Fay Tuck's News. Oops, hold on a second. And then here's that big building, the big building next to the, I think that's the big one next to the warehouse. Grain elevator absolutely destroyed along with the surrounding area. The pressure from those from the fire would have been unbelievable. That's from Aurora Intel. I think that's the building right next to where the explosion happened. And there's this. We showed you this one too. Let me just show you this one again. FJ posted this one. Then we have this one from Michael Horowitz. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that. Milo was talking about 9/11. You know that. And then I saw Mal's comment that the numbers are off or seem like they're off. But there's a couple things to keep in mind here. One, 9/11. You remember the World Trade Center, the original World Trade Center. It was approximately 11 acres. Sitting on 11 acres, and the wreckage, of course, went all over, spread out to 100, 150, 200 acres, which is a lot, a huge, huge mess. Now, what I'm trying to get to is Mal's point now that we're talking about square miles of a capital city that crews can't even access areas yet until there's cranes that can clear them, and the problem is it's dark. What's happening is there's these buildings that completely collapsed on themselves, and so they're trapped. They're either injured or they're dead or they're gonna die by the time crews get to them. So I mean, we're talking about some. The only way they can gauge injured, of course, is people who report something or been to the hospital, but that's because the blast was so far away that people could have got shrapnel from windows, pieces of their whatever they're living in, came and gashed them up pretty good or something. So there's that number's likely to be like this, very skewed. because the blast was so far away. But the number of dead is something that you never want to toy with either. That's, you know, I presume it's going to be much higher once they're able to access all the buildings in that city, whenever that may be. Yeah, and it says Mal says true. Oh yeah, thanks Mal. And yeah, the count is going to be tenfold, Mal says, and that's not overestimating. That's probably true. So we're witnessing something that, and there's been, you know, tragic events around the world. It's just that in a capital city, we saw, like, again, I'm glad Maya brought up 9/11. You know, that was it. You know, that hit us hard as Americans here, and actually around the world. That was an evil attack. But when I'm talking about the size and scope, I mean, I think this. If you're talking about sheer size, I don't know, the size of the areas. The size of the area is easily 100 times bigger than that area of where the World Trade Center used to be. The original World Trade Center. That and you know that. And what makes this situation even more unique in Beirut is that because of the blast was so big, you know, we have the industrial in there, of course. And remember, the World Trade Center was those were offices, which is sad enough. I mean, you know, but that was the financial district in there, you know, with buildings and good-sized buildings that were shielded a little bit. But this area here is where you have these industrial places that somebody explained to me earlier today how it's zoned different than the United States. Residential mixed in to commercial, and so you have a lot of apartment condos, apartment units, I should just say, apartment units, housing everywhere around this blast, around this blast, and I'm reading the comments as I go. Yeah, and so it's gonna be. The reason I just happened to start reading the comments more, I was taking a little break and just put my head back for a little bit, but I was thinking it's going to be, for me it'll be a long night because this happened right before dark, and we're not going to see any. We've seen some pretty horrible images already, but we haven't seen nothing until tomorrow when roads are starting to be cleared and people get in there and start finding, you know, finding not just their things but people. I mean, it's going to be a terrible thing. It'll be a terrible thing, but I prepared myself for it, and but anyway, why I say that, because of their time, you know, I'll be up when their sun comes up to make sure that I have it available for people who want to see. You know, it's gonna, you know, see some horrible things. But also, I said when I very first put this on, I also said the same thing. We're gonna see some horrible things today, but out of this, we're also going to see the heroism that we can't see right now. Footage of people, you know, and stories of people saving one another, and stuff like that. So that's something to look forward to. You got to keep that in mind. There's always that part of it too.
That and injured, unfortunately. Not good, and they were really going through a bad time there already. Okay, so thank you. I want to say thanks to our moderators. Very much appreciate our moderators in our chat rooms who have been moderating today. In our YouTube chat, we've had a number of moderators, including Uchigabala, John M., and Mark Helton, Sarah, Rusty, Urstazi, Becky Scarlett, and others. In our YouTube chat, in our Periscope chat, we've had Linda Belk and Sharon Craig, Generic Matter, Lightning, Peter Mearden, Misha. So all of our moderators in our Periscope chat, thank you. Our Facebook moderators like Kimberly Peterson, Courtney Lane, Shay Durner, Joe Serino, Dan Lindquist, Josh Tompkins, Denise Fredrickson, Ann Remington, thank you. And our also our Twitch moderators, I appreciate it. Twitch moderators, Connolly, Eliza, Smoke, and Tariak are all there right now, and other moderators we've had too. Okay. And again, if I hear more, I will certainly post it on my Twitter account @Lookner. And again, somebody just asked for the link to the person who I recommend following who posted a bunch of videos. That is FJ. So the person FJ, who's been compiling different videos and photos and posting them, @NatSecJeff on Twitter. Go to that. You can go to his Twitter account, and he is a really good source of information.
One of the things I was going to say, make sure that's up. One of the things I was going to say, just to get it out of the way in case you weren't here earlier, and after investigations, there was probably several little blasts here and there, but basically it was two major blasts. The second one being the huge one. But there was an initial blast and fire going for a while. And so, this part's horrible. The fire crews, rescue crews, were responding to that right there. And they were already in there. And then the second blast went off. And the initial reports from the crews responding after the second blast said that those firefighters and them they said they're missing. They can't find them. But that's always the horrible part about you responding to the initial explosion, whatever it may be, and then a second one goes off right next to you, and that's how we lost a lot of them on 9/11 also. It's just gonna be, it's a really sad day over there. But he's resetting, and that's why I started talking to. It's a good time to reset right now, and I'll get ready for the next stream. I'll do some catch up. There's a lot of work being done in there. There's going to be a lot of work in the next coming days, but especially at daybreak. So, which will be nighttime our night. So, then used to staying up anyway. It's if anything good came out of the riots, it adjusted my time, my time, that's for sure. So I'll be up and see, capture what's going on and try to report it as accurately as possible. It's a fluid situation. It's so tough to report something that's fluid in this massive a scale. It's so tough. So, so I will be back on in a little bit anyway, and I appreciate y'all coming and yeah, you too, Mel. And Jen was here, and Don was here. I'm talking about my moderators. I say a special hello and goodbye to my moderators, and but to the rest of you here too. Have a great afternoon there and evening, and but I'll be back on real soon. Just gonna do some catch up and reset here, so I'll be back.